Chapter 940. Furthermore, he had obtained the true scripture of Ian Flow from the Astral Combat Academy's Sky platform. It was rumored that some of the 10 arbiters had reached the top of the Sky platform as well. Lu Yin did not dare to underestimate the 10 arbiters' innate gifts. If he could reach the spiritual realm in a short period of time in the Innerverse, then the 10 arbiters could do the same and they might even be stronger. He was definitely not the only one searching for the rune technology inheritance in the universe. If there were any ruins in the Innerverse, then Lu Yin might not be able to compete with others. However, in the Outerverse it had to be his. After so many years, your Z family has only found 4 ruins? Lu Yin asked. Zifang fell silent and did not speak. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Tell me the truth, and not only can I make you the head of the Z family, but I can also make your family one of the 4 major corporations. You can even surpass them and become the only intelligence organization in the Outerverse. Zifang's eyes flickered and he thought about it for a moment before gritting his teeth. Actually, 100 years ago, our Z family found the location of the 5th ruin, but we did not inform the home of the gods. My father wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to get the home of the gods to support us in entering the Innerverse. Our Z family has been in the Outerverse for a long time. Lu Yin shook his head. Zitianchuan was being too whimsical. The rune technology ruins were very important, and if they were searching for them in the Outerverse, then there would definitely be people in the home of the gods in the Innerverse searching for them as well. Your father definitely hasn't negotiated with the home of the gods yet, Lu Yin said. Zifang was puzzled. How do you know? If there were negotiations, your Z family would have ceased to exist 100 years ago, Lu Yin said confidently. Zifang sighed. The location of the 5th ruin is our Z family's greatest secret. Alliance Master Lu, I can tell you the exact location, but I hope that you can promise me that you will not do anything to harm me before I betray you. You must ensure that I become the only head of the Z family. That is my condition. Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. The Z family's greatest use to him was information. Whether it was Zifang or Xianxia who became the head of the family, as long as they could provide him with information, he did not care about anything else. On the surface, it seemed like he was closer to Xianxia, but that was before Zirong's death. Now Xianxia did not have a good impression of him. The location of the rune technology ruins was not far from Armament Weave. It was located in the middle of the 2 weaves. That location had unstable weather all year round, so the spacecraft would automatically choose to go around it. As of now, there was nothing for him to take care of in the Great Yu Empire or the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if he wanted to take care of something, he would not be able to do so, such as the issue of undying Yushan's life and death. It was worth mentioning that the auction house had transferred the proceeds from the auction to Lu Yin, which amounted to nearly 450,000 star essence. If this had been before the border wars in the Endless Weaves, this amount of money would have been an astronomical figure to Lu Yin. He rarely received so much money in one go. Even now he had more than 2 million star essence on him, which was still an enormous sum. This was the money that the auction house had given him. The auction house itself had made a lot of money, and this money also belonged to Lu Yin. Originally, that money had been used for cash flow purposes, but Lu Yin had ordered Beiqing to take it out and establish a charity in his name. It was called the Continental Charity, and Beiqing had even invested tens of thousands of star essence into it. Suddenly, the mainland's Charities Association became one of the largest charities in the Outerverse. What kind of concept was tens of thousands of star essence? If converted to cosmic dollars, it would be incalculable, and it would be enough to improve the lives of countless people. 99% of the universe's money was hidden in the hands of those at the top, while the average person only had 1%. Lu Yin could casually reveal a bit of money, and that was enough to change the fates of countless people. This was just a small matter, as his cultivation was the most important thing. In order to avoid being ambushed during his search for the tinder, Lu Yin immediately donned his universal armor and was prepared to take out his walnut at any moment. He did not believe that with his current equipment, even if Zifang dared to join forces with the Neo-Human Alliance to ambush him, he would still be able to escape unscathed. This time Lu Yin was overthinking things. After the incident with Zirong, the Hall of Honor had investigated the Z family thoroughly. If Zifang had really been in cahoots with the Neo-Human Alliance, he would have been exposed long ago. The ruins were real, and Lu Yin was certain of this when he saw the unstable astronomical phenomenon in the distance. It was not an unstable astronomical phenomenon at all, but rather a rune that wandered through the void. It was very similar to the astronomical phenomenon that had enveloped the entire Innerverse, and it covered an entire region of space. Lu Yin did not know if this astronomical phenomenon was suppressing something, but to be cautious he took off his universal armor and suppressed his power level to around 10,000 before slowly entering the area covered by the astronomical phenomenon. It was fine and he continued to raise his power level. At the same time he nervously observed the astronomical phenomenon. There were no abnormalities and it continued to wander through space in a very unstable manner. Lu Yin relaxed as this was his first time coming into contact with the rune technology ruins, and he really did not understand what the runes were used for. It was fine as long as they did not directly erase his existence. The rune technology ruins were too mystical, and even if Lu Yin had the walnut he did not dare to say that he would be able to escape unscathed from the power of the rune technology ruins. The rune technology ruins were a city that had been built in space. There was no land and there was nothing to support it. It was an abandoned city that simply floated in space. Lu Yin slowly stepped into the city, and as he looked around he saw that everything was in ruins. He was not stepping on mud, or more accurately he was not stepping on anything. Wherever he walked, runes would appear and condense under his feet, supporting him. The entire city was built on runes. From time to time, black flames would drift across the sky, and it was as if this city had been incinerated by these black flames. The city's structure was simple, and the houses were made of minerals that Lu Yin had never seen before. Since they could float in space they should be very sturdy, but perhaps because they had been here for a long time, Lu Yin could easily crush them. He was not the only one who had been here before, and Lu Yin could clearly see that many of the houses had been destroyed recently. It was not difficult to enter this place, but the difficulty lay in finding it. As long as someone passed through the astronomical phenomenon, they would be able to reach this place. However, very few people dared to do so as the astronomical phenomenon was very frightening. According to the number of rune lines, it was roughly equivalent to a peak hunter. Any spacecraft that approached would be able to detect a power level of 190,000 or even 200,000. This was the outer verse and no one would dare to approach such a terrifying power level. Although the city was not large, that was only in comparison to the cities that Lu Yin had seen before. If this city had been placed on Earth, it would have been the size of a country. As he walked through the abandoned city, Lu Yin saw a blade in a corner. It had been there for an unknown number of years and its surface was full of holes. Strangely, there were no traces of rust on it. Lu Yin picked it up and his eyes trembled. This was no ordinary blade. If he was not mistaken, this blade had been forcefully condensed from rune lines, which was why it would not rust. However, as time passed, the rune lines that had formed this blade had slowly disappeared, which was why the blade had become like this. In another few 100,000 years, this blade might completely disappear without a trace. Lu Yin frowned. If he could weaken his enemy's rune lines, then conversely he could also condense rune lines and transform them into anything that he wished. This was no longer a battle but rather a creation. Could rune lines really achieve the effect of creation? So, could he directly create a person, a living being, or even a civilization? Lu Yin could not understand as this was beyond his understanding. In theory, in the civilization that the rune progenitor had created, everything in the universe was formed from rune lines. Thus he could directly erase certain rune lines and deny the truth of an object's existence. This meant that he could similarly form rune lines and create the truth of an object's existence. This was rune technology. In the theory of rune technology this was possible, but normal people knew that nothing could be created out of thin air. Otherwise, the universe would have long since fallen into chaos. Creation was not something that humans could do. Even the progenitors who were known to be at the peak of cultivation would not be able to create things out of thin air. However, what he saw in front of him was real. This blade was indeed formed from rune lines, and he could clearly see that this blade had been created out of thin air. This meant that the other things in the ruins of rune technology might also be formed from rune lines. What exactly was going on with rune technology? The spiritual overarching realm that he had reached was only the most basic realm. Lu Yin was now eager to know how the experts of rune technology fought. Could they really create things out of thin air? Monkey, how much do you know about rune technology? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, "Not much, but according to a powerhouse's notes, rune technology is a civilization that should not exist. There are too many inconceivable things in this civilization. Biological civilizations can be cultivation, technology, or even very primitive. However, rune technology can do everything. It seems similar to your current human civilization where cultivation and technology are placed side by side, but rune technology is different. Their technology is not research but creation. I'm not sure about the specifics. There's a common knowledge regarding rune technology, which is that a piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven." Lu Yin did not understand this saying. The innerverse sky had been covered by the rune progenitor's power. Perhaps this was what it meant, but what did this have to do with creation? Holding the blade, Lu Yin continued to wander around the city. His domain expanded, but he did not discover any other blade-like objects. Half a day later, Lu Yin leaped up and flew towards a certain corner of the city. When he had swept through the area with his domain, he had discovered a strange building in that corner. Its style was completely different from the other buildings. When he landed, he saw a building with a completely different style. There were countless architectural styles in the universe, and Lu Yin was not sure which style this building belonged to. What truly attracted him was the pair of eyes on the building's door. The pupils were actually runes. This scene was all too familiar, as this was the appearance of the pupils after reaching the spiritual overarching realm with the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. Lu Yin slowly approached the door and raised a hand to press against it. He tried to push it, but it did not budge. He tried again, but it still did not budge. His domain was isolated here and he could not peek inside the building from the outside. Chapter 941. Lu Yin pressed both hands against the door and pushed with all his might, but he still could not move it. He did not believe that the door would not budge even after he used 70 stacks and slammed his palms against it. This door could withstand a force that he could not reach. Since he could not open the door, Lu Yin tried to attack the surrounding walls. After so many years, he did not believe that these walls were still stable. However, reality left him helpless as he could not open the surrounding walls either. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about how to open the door, he suddenly turned around and saw two groups of rune lines approaching. They were both hunters. Lu Yin immediately concealed himself. Two figures quickly descended and began to search the area. "Strange, I clearly sensed a power level," one of them said. The other person's tone was gloomy. "Someone must have come. That knife was taken away." The power level disappeared and this person deliberately hid himself. "It looks like he's discovered us. Contact the family head immediately. This place cannot be exposed." As soon as he spoke, he saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then his vision went black as he collapsed to the ground. The other person was shocked and turned around, but before he could think any further, a hand grabbed his neck. "Who are you?" Lu Yin asked, hiding his appearance. The person's face turned red and he grabbed Lu Yin's hand with both hands in an attempt to break free. Lu Yin frowned. "I'll ask you again. Who are you?" We're from the Great Eastern Alliance and we work for Alliance Head Lu. You'll die a horrible death if you dare to attack us." The person struggled to speak as he glared fiercely at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was amused. Nowadays, the Outerverse was a place where one person could threaten others, and everyone else would say that they were from the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin did not know whether to feel honored or angry. He suddenly slammed the person onto the ground, causing him to spit out blood as he howled in pain. Lu Yin stepped on him. "This is your last chance. Tell me where you came from or I'll kill you. It's the same even if you ask him." His gaze then landed on the other person who had been knocked unconscious. The person was terrified. We really are Alliance Head Lu's subordinates." Lu Yin raised a hand and slapped down. I'll talk. The person hurriedly said, "We're from the Amethyst Trading Company, and we've been ordered to guard this place and kill anyone who enters." Lu Yin's palm was less than a centimeter from the person's forehead, and his eyes flashed as he pulled his hand back. Just as he had guessed, since Zi Tianchuan had discovered this place, how could he not be prepared? Although there were not many people who could find this place, there was no lack of adventurers in the universe, as well as people who were hiding from their enemies. Those people were enough to expose this place. "Just the two of you?" Lu Yin asked. That person was terrified. Yes, there were 5 of them and they were all hunters. It had to be known that during Undying Yushan's reign, there had been no more than 5 hunters in the Great Yu Empire, including Undying Yushan himself. This was already considered the strongest power in Frostwave Weave, and the other weave's leading powers did not have many hunters. Zi Tianchuan had sent 5 hunters to guard this place, which was enough to show how much importance he attached to this place. Now that he thought about it, Heavenly Lush Planet wasn't far from here and was ready to provide support at any time. In the Outerverse, this power was considered infallible. Lu Yin knocked the man unconscious and then searched through the small city. He found the other 3 hunters, knocked them all out and tied them up. He was not a cold-blooded person and there was no need for him to kill anyone. However, tying them up was a must. After dealing with the people of the Z family, Lu Yin returned to the front of the building and felt a headache coming on. He could not enter and he guessed that all the secrets of this small city were inside. He tried a few more times but he still could not enter. After some thought, he wondered if he should borrow Master Yuan's power. Inexplicably, he looked at the door and saw a pair of eyes on it. After staring at it for a while, an idea flashed through his mind. His pupils transformed into runes and he stared at the eyes on the door. In that instant, time seemed to flow in reverse. The door was still the same door but everything around him had changed. The building seemed to return to normal until one day 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the sky. Lu Yin could not see clearly and he only saw one person laughing maniacally. He opened his hand and a blade gradually formed in the void. The figure on the other side suddenly charged forward, and their battle was so intense that it was rarely seen in the world. Everything in sight was cut down. The scene of their battle was blurry, but Lu Yin could vaguely see one of them creating a blade several times. As the sky cleared up, the small city completely changed. The scenery was vibrant and everyone was living in an orderly manner. Time seemed to flow in reverse. The scene suddenly changed and Lu Yin's body swayed. Everything that he had seen before disappeared, and the door slowly opened in front of him. At this moment, Lu Yin's eyes were sore. He rubbed them with all his might but they were still sore. Regardless, he slowly walked into the building. Everything that he saw left him disappointed. He had originally thought that there were some secrets regarding the rune technology hidden here, such as battle techniques or the cultivation of the true scripture of Ian evolution. However, this was clearly a place where the citizens prayed. There was a statue at the very front but half of its body was gone. Only the lower half remained standing. Lu Yin slowly walked over and passed by a tall chair. When he turned around, his pupils shrank. The chairs were all filled with skeletons and they were all in prayer positions. He quickened his pace and looked around. Then he flew up into the air and looked down. The entire building was filled with skeletons. There were adults, children, and even infants. All of them were in prayer positions. It was impossible to tell how long they had been in that position, but in the end they had all died. Lu Yin could not imagine how much willpower was required to accomplish such a feat. How could these people not run when they knew that they were about to die? He looked at the statue. How could a mere statue be so powerful that these people would rather die than pray? Lu Yin descended and slowly approached the statue. Who was this statue? The owner of this city? Or the rune progenitor? To the rune technology, the rune progenitor was the common god of the entire civilization, and this statue was very likely the rune progenitor. Only the rune progenitor, who could be considered a god, could make these people pray until they died. Lu Yin stood in front of the statue and silently looked at it. The more brilliant a person's life was, the more complicated the historical records would be. History did not dare to record the rune progenitor, as his existence had been denied by time. If not for the fact that Lu Yin had cultivated the true scripture of Ian evolution, he would not have been able to imagine that such a person had appeared in history. This person could create things out of thin air, cause an entire era to disappear and make people pray until they died. Such a person should not exist. Lu Yin stood there silently for a long time, his thoughts complicated and he did not know what he was thinking. He shook his head and sighed. There was no need to think too much about it. This person was a historical figure, and his remaining spirit had been scattered by the Sixth Mainland's martial progenitor. Lu Yin was destined to never meet this person, but the true scripture of Ian evolution that this person had left behind had helped Lu Yin immensely. He could be considered half a teacher to Lu Yin. Regardless of whether this person was the rune progenitor or not, Lu Yin would just treat him as the rune progenitor. As he thought about it, Lu Yin took a few steps back and slowly bowed. Junior Lu Yin thanks Senior. As soon as Lu Yin finished speaking, the door to the building slammed shut. Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked up. The void distorted as the skeletons within the building were turned to dust by an invisible gale. The dust gradually swirled around in the void and transformed into various scenes. At times it was a leisurely life in the city, and at other times, it was a shocking battle. Suddenly there was a maniacal laughter. Sixth mainland, Sixth mainland. Ah. A bunch of idiots. You've all been deceived. Deceived. Those monsters deceived you. A bunch of idiots. Ah. The dust quickly dissipated and everything in front of Lu Yin returned to normal. The door in the distance slowly opened, and Lu Yin did not know if it was just his imagination, but he felt like the interior of the building was slightly brighter and less sinister. Lu Yin turned to look at the statue again, but he discovered that it had also turned to dust and no longer existed. Was this an obsession left behind by a predecessor? Lu Yin was not sure. He swept through the building with his domain, but there was nothing else inside. Perhaps this building had preserved that sentence. The Sixth mainland had been deceived and there were also monsters. Lu Yin walked out of the building and closed the door. At this moment his sore eyes returned to normal. He turned back and suddenly thought of something. He scanned his surroundings and his eyes lit up. He pressed a hand against the door and pushed with all his strength, but it was no use. The door would not budge. He transformed his pupils into runes again and looked into his eyes. The previous scene did not repeat itself, but the door still opened. After entering the building, Lu Yin realized that he could open the door from the inside. He tried it a few more times and was overjoyed. The heavens were helping him. Great Eastern Alliance, Barred Weave, Even Ground Palace. In a pavilion beneath a waterfall, Mu Nikhang, the palace master of Even Ground Palace, propped up her chin and looked at the distant waterfall in boredom. She had been stuck at the peak of the Hunter realm for a very long time, and she did not know when she would be able to break through to the Enlighter realm. There were too few Enlighters in the Great Eastern Alliance, and once she broke through she would have the right to speak. Lu Yin would be in control of the Great Eastern Alliance, and anyone who was not an Enlighter would not have the right to speak. At this moment Doro arrived. "Master, what are you thinking about?" She had become an explorer a year ago and her power had soared. Mu Nikhang glanced at her. "Nothing." The two girls often sat in the pavilion in a daze. One was thinking of ways to remove her position as palace master, while the other was thinking of ways to not accept it. If outsiders were to find out, they would definitely think that there was something wrong with their brains. Suddenly, Elder Maya walked over quickly, and the two girls immediately straightened up. "Palace Master, we've received news that the Guyu ruins have appeared," Elder Maya shouted anxiously. Mu Nikhang and Doro were confused. "What Guyu?" Elder Maya immediately activated her gadget, and an introduction of Guyu appeared on her screen. The introduction was not very detailed as not many people knew Guyu's name. However, it did point out that this person was the person who had the highest chance of becoming a progenitor, and it also mentioned Xianxia. The heavens were filled with moons and stars, and if one looked back they would only see the mortal world. Xianxia was a battle technique that had shocked an entire era. There were as many battle techniques in the universe as there were stars in the sky, but there were very few that could truly shock an entire era. Most of those battle techniques had been lost in the long river of time, such as Night's End, Daybreak. To date, only Zhou Day Night of the Day Night clan had successfully cultivated it, and she had been hiding it all this time. The Day Night clan had produced an absolute genius like Night King Zhenwu, but even he had not been able to cultivate Night's End, Daybreak. This showed just how difficult it was to cultivate a battle technique that could shock an entire era. The harder it was to cultivate, the more powerful it would be after successfully cultivating it. Chapter 942. Xianxia's introduction was very detailed and Mu Nikhang was stunned. Doro's eyes burned with passion. "Elder, is this true?" Elder Maya replied, "Guyu's name is indeed recorded in history and Xianxia's battle technique truly shocked an entire era. No one dared to raise their heads, but we can't be sure if these ruins have anything to do with Guyu." Mu Nichang's expression turned serious. "Who posted the news of the Guyu ruins on the network?" Elder Maya shook her head. "I don't know." "Master, do you suspect that it's fake?" Doro asked. Mooney Chang's eyes flickered. Regardless, we still have to go. This news has definitely spread throughout the Outerverse and countless experts will head there. Even if it's fake, we'll just be fooled. No one would want to capture all the experts in the Outerverse in one fell swoop. Even if they had the ability, they wouldn't do something like that. Elder Maya agreed. That's right. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, we still have to go. If we can obtain Yu Xingqian's battle technique, then our even ground palace will be completely different. Mu Nikhang glanced at Elder Maya, but she wasn't that optimistic. Even if she could obtain Yu Xingqian's battle technique, it might not even be hers. There was still Lu Yin, and she was only going to see if there were any other battle techniques. Guyu was someone who had left his mark in history, and his power level might have exceeded 1 million. He was an unimaginable powerhouse, and any random item he obtained would allow his power to soar. Go. Don't waste any more time. Many people are definitely already on their way. In the Suna Weave in the Moksword sect, Kuyun stood up and tore through the void to enter a spacecraft. He was also heading to the Guyu ruins. No one was stupid, and they knew that this news was most likely fake. However, even if it was fake, they still had to go. As long as there was a connection to a peerless figure like Guyu, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they had to fight for it. The Phantom Sword sect's Gui Wuzong, the Umbral Butterfly tribe's elders, Jade Mountain Sea, Bamboo Knot, and many others, all of whom were confident in their own strength, went. On planet Heavenly Lush, Zi Tianchuan stared blankly at the screen. Wasn't the Guyu ruins the 5th rune technology site discovered by the Zi family? That was clearly the rune technology ruins. How did it become the ancient moon ruins? And who found that place? Lu Yin did not believe that someone would be able to discover this place so coincidentally. Even if it was a coincidence, he had sent a total of 5 hunters to stand guard. Even if an enlighter had gone, the 5 of them would at least be able to send a message back. It was unlikely that there would be no news at all, unless the other party had made preparations beforehand. Zi Tianchuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly went to the secret room. Just as he approached the secret room, his eyes were fixed on the ground. Ordinary people could not see anything unusual, but he could see that someone had entered the secret room. Zi Tianchuan clenched his fists and many people flashed through his mind. In the end, he opened his gadget. Zifeng, come to the ancestral home. Not long after, Zifeng arrived. When he saw the gloomy face of Zi Tianchuan, his heart trembled. He pretended to be calm and bowed. Father, you called for me. Zi Tianchuan glared at Zifeng, his eyes filled with boundless fury. Why did you go to the secret room? Zifeng was puzzled. What secret chamber? Zi Tianchuan was furious. He smashed the table into pieces with his palm. You still dare to quibble? Why did you go to the secret room? Who told you to go? Who did you tell? Tell me. Zifeng did not dare to admit it even if he was beaten to death. He still wanted to quibble, but Zi Tianchuan's next sentence sent him into the abyss. If you don't admit it, I'll strike your name off the family tree. Do you really think that I, Zi Tianchuan, only have you as my only son? Zifeng felt a chill run down his spine. Father, why are you saying that it was me? Zi Tianchuan shook his head. I have my own ways. I only called you here because I want to know why you went to the secret room and who did you tell about that place. Don't tell me that you don't know about the Guyu ruins that have appeared on the network. Zifeng's eyes were filled with struggle. He lowered his head, thinking about many things in an instant. Zi Tianchuan sighed. The secret room is the Zi family's greatest secret. If an outsider finds out about it, it'll be a disaster for the family. The home of the gods isn't the Neo-Human Alliance, Zifeng whispered. Zi Tianchuan was furious. But it's still a colossus that can compete with the Hall of Honor. The Innerverse and Outerverse are controlled by the Hall of Honor. If you tell them, you'll be pushing the Zi family to the opposite side. I didn't tell the Hall of Honor. I only told Lu Yin. Zifeng immediately quibbled, but then his heart sank. Zi Tianchuan closed his eyes. So it was Lu Yin. Zifeng's face paled. He had not wanted to say anything, but Zi Tianchuan had already made it clear that he would not be allowed to become the family head. Zifeng's only hope was Lu Yin, but now he did not know how to explain things to Lu Yin. Zi Tianchuan felt weak all over. Aside from Lu Yin, who else can make you so obedient? What did he promise you? Zifeng lowered his head and did not speak. Zi Tianchuan sneered. He'll let you be the head of the Zi family. Zifang remained silent. Zi Tianquan looked outside with a complicated expression. He could guess what Lu Yin had promised and he wanted to mock him. He was certain that Lu Yin did not have the right to say anything, but he could not bring himself to say anything. In the current Outerverse, as long as Lu Yin wanted to, was there anything that he could not do? Even if he managed to get Senior Li to help, Lu Yin still had the entire Hall of Honor behind him. Zi Tianquan could threaten to expose the Zi family's secrets, and even if the Hall of Honor did not deal with them like they had with the Neo-Human Alliance, they would still have a hard time. Zi Tianquan had to admit that Zifang had found a good backer. Lu Yin was definitely qualified to interfere in the competition for the position of the Zi family head. You may leave. Zi Tianquan was very tired and he waved his hand tiredly. Zifang slowly left. He was now focused on how to get Lu Yin's full support, and he did not care about what Zi Tianquan thought. The Zi family was one of the 4 major corporations of the Outerverse. Even if it had declined, its enormous foundation still existed, and the competition for power was even more brutal than that of the imperial family. This generation was still alright as only Zifang and Zi Xianxia were left. Zi Tianquan's generation had more than 10 direct descendants fighting for power, and Zi Tianquan's rise to the position was not glorious. The larger the family, the more serious the competition for power. Zifang was already used to it and Zi Tianquan was even more indifferent. Zi Tianquan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the introduction of the Guyu ruins on the screen. Why had Lu Yin purposely spread the news that these ruins were the Guyu ruins? What was he trying to do? The Guyu ruins were enough to attract the attention of most of the Outerverse experts. Was Lu Yin trying to do something shocking? Zi Tianquan thought about it and immediately called Zifang back. He forbade him from saying anything else and from leaving the Zi family's ancestral home. He also confiscated Zifang's gadget. No matter what Lu Yin was trying to do, Zi Tianquan did not want to interfere. At worst he would just stay out of it. Otherwise he might end up in trouble. The Zi family would just pretend that nothing had happened. The Outerverse was in an uproar and countless people were discussing the Guyu ruins. Guyu's name instantly became the most discussed name in the entire Outerverse. However, this only lasted for half a day and before long the news about the Guyu ruins was removed from the network. Although the news was gone, in reality, countless spacecraft were heading towards the ruins. Countless people from the Great Eastern Alliance, the Central Weaves, the Western Weaves, and even the border regions all requested to leave. Master Yuan had also received the news, and he had a complicated expression. Guyu was not far from his generation and he could be considered a senior. Master Yuan was extremely respectful towards this person, and he respected his innate talent as well as his morals. No one knew how this person had died and it was a mystery in the universe. Now his ruins had actually appeared. Master Yuan, there's a group of people requesting to leave the border and head towards the Guyu ruins, Elder Big Drum reported. Master Yuan replied, let them go. Elder Big Drum hesitated. Master Yuan looked at him. You want to go as well? Elder Big Drum bowed deeply. If I can learn Moonstar, then I will be able to better serve the Hall of Honor. Master Yuan replied, if you want to go then go. Elder Big Drum was delighted. Thank you, Master Yuan. Perhaps even Lu Yin himself had not expected that the Guyu ruins would attract so many people. However, this was exactly what he wanted. The more people there were, the better. The more people there were, the higher his chances of success. Lu Yin did not dare to reveal the truth about the ruins. If the truth about the rune technology ruins was exposed, then even a powerhouse like Master Yuan might be attracted. Lan Si also received the news and left the planet for the ruins. No one would not care about Moonstar, especially someone like Lan Si. Even if he could not cultivate it, he would not allow others to, especially Lu Yin, to cultivate it. With Lu Yin's influence that controlled a third of the Outerverse, if Moonstar really did appear, then it was very likely that Lu Yin would obtain it. Lan Si would not allow such a thing to happen. If they wanted to explore the ruins and search for battle skills, countless people would think of Lu Yin as their competitor. As such, when the news of the Guyu ruins spread, the first thing many people looked for was Guyu and the second thing they looked for was Lu Yin. Fortunately, news spread from the Great Yu Empire that Lu Yin was in seclusion and would not come out for a month. No one dared to disturb him, which reassured everyone. The ruins became lively as the first batch of people arrived. The ones closest to the ruins were naturally the experts from Armament Weave and the surrounding regions, including the Wei family. Spacecraft after spacecraft docked in the distant heavens, and figures streaked through space and appeared in the city. Soon after, the sounds of fighting could be heard. With so many people, conflicts naturally arose. The ruins of the city had not been so lively in a very long time, and even the eerie atmosphere had disappeared. In just a single day, hundreds of people had arrived in the city, and even more were still arriving. Lu Yin was currently hiding within the building, and the door had changed slightly. Some parts of the door had clearly been burned, but the flames were unable to harm it. Lu Yin purposely rubbed some burn marks on the door and stuck the Heaven Fire Stone into the door. There was only one reason why so many people had been attracted to the ruins. He wanted to use the various great powers of the Outerverse to supply him with Heaven Fire Stones so that he could use them to cultivate. It would be difficult to rely on the Great Eastern Alliance to find high-temperature flames, and even if someone within the Great Eastern Alliance possessed such flames, they might not be willing to share them. This was his only option. Lu Yin had a clear understanding of himself. Above authority was cultivation, and this was the current state of the universe. If he did not have strength as a foundation, then he would be a second Wei Rong and he would be eliminated sooner or later. Baidu searching 81 Chinese Networko. No advertisement. Chapter 943. He slowly closed his eyes. The bustle of the small city had just begun. It would take a while for more people to arrive. 10 days later, the small city could no longer be considered a ruin, but rather a real city. More than 10,000 people had gathered here, and most of them were experts from the various great powers of the Outerverse. This gathering was comparable to the forced conscription that had taken place at the border warfront. Xianxia also came, holding up a large banner to swindle people, telling everyone he met that person was a Guyu inheritor, causing quite a few people to chase and beat him up. He also felt very wronged, clearly saying good things, but he didn't know who ruined his reputation, saying that what he calculated was the opposite, that it was all a rumor. Shiqi had also arrived. She had been roaming the Outerverse during this period of time, searching for and unlocking source boxes. He had been doing quite well. Whenever a ruin appeared, there was a chance that a source box would appear, so she was looking forward to it. Above his head, the fish looked around in disdain, raising its fins and mocking everyone it saw. Another dozen or so days went by. During these days, the experts from the Great Eastern Alliance that had arrived at the ruins of the small city had clashed several times with the experts from the Central Weave's allied army. Mu Nikhang, Meng Tianlong and the others had all taken action. If it weren't for Yu Mavis and the others stopping them, their battle might have affected the entire small city. Although they had temporarily stopped fighting, the two sides were clearly separated. Many people found it strange that no one from the Great Yu Empire had come, but they didn't think too much of it. They assumed that it was because Lu Yin was in seclusion and no one dared to make a move. Lan Si had been watching from the sidelines this entire time. Someone had asked him to help the Central Weave's allied forces deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, but he had refused. He had competed with Lu Yin for the position of honorary sorcerer, and he did not hold any grudges against Lu Yin. Besides, they had only been able to escape from the Innerverse thanks to Lu Yin, so he still felt a little guilty towards Lu Yin. Unfortunately, cultivation was heartless and the universe was just like that. The glory method was not something that Lu Yin could afford. The Jade Mountain Sea didn't interfere either. This was a whirlpool, and once one entered it would be very difficult to get out. Elder Big Drum's arrival along with a group of border experts had intimidated everyone. Master Yuan's presence had strengthened the Hall of Honor's prestige to the point that it was even stronger than before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. Experts arrived at the Guyu ruins one after another, and they were all busy searching for the ruins. Among them there were more than 5 enlighters, and some even saw Elder Nuohua appear. These were just what they saw. Facing the Guyu ruins, even if an emissary-level powerhouse appeared, it wouldn't be surprising. The 5 hunters who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin finally regained consciousness. They had been tossed onto another planet, and they had immediately notified Zi Tianchuan after waking up. Zi Tianchuan had ordered that they were not allowed to appear in public, and they were not allowed to interact with anyone else. If anyone found out that the Zi family had sent 5 hunters to guard the ruins, then the Zi family would be in deep trouble. Tianquan did not know what Lu Yin was planning to do, but he was afraid that this debt would be placed on his head in the future. The small city had long been explored. In the end, only the building with a different style was left. Everyone gathered and tried their best to break down the door. The Jade Mountain Sea tried to open it, but it couldn't. Lan Si tried, but he couldn't open it. Elder Daegu also failed to open it. Even Moonlight Mavis had tried, but she was still unable to open it. The door was extremely sturdy, abnormally sturdy. In the end, Yumu was unable to open the door. Even with the combined efforts of everyone else, the door still could not be opened. Everyone knew that the door could not be opened unless an emissary-level elite appeared. But once such an elite appeared, what could they do? Countless gazes were fixed on the door. The Guyu inheritance was definitely inside. Get out of the way. Let Lord Fish try. The fish on Shichi's head was very arrogant. This thing needs to be unlocked. If it doesn't listen, then it needs to be unlocked. Shichi braced herself and walked forward under everyone's gazes. She mumbled, "I've never seen a source box that looks like a door. Is this really a source box?" The fish raised its fins and was very confident. "Listen to Lord Fish. There's nothing wrong with it." Shichi tried, but she was stunned. The door was still the same door and there was no solid energy at all. How could she unlock it without solid energy? Where should she unlock it? She could not find the right direction. The fish continuously slapped Shichi with its fins. "Stupid, you're the only one who's stupid. How can you really unlock it? Lord Fish is just thinking of a way to let you walk in front. If any idiot opens the door, you'll be the first to rush in and snatch it. So stupid." The crowd was furious. This dead fish's mouth was too cheap. "Steam, steam, steam." Someone in the crowd shouted. "Add some chili powder." The fish suddenly turned around and its eyes widened. "It's that bastard. That Ku fellow still dares to appear in front of Lord Fish." Shichi felt wronged and her head turned red from the slaps. She looked pitifully at the crowd. "Stop talking." She then quickly slipped away. Ku Wei had arrived. How could he not come when he heard about the Guyu ruins? He saw the despicable fish the moment he arrived and he could not help but speak up. Shichi left and Xianxia stepped forward. I have a way to open the door, but it's too valuable. Opening it will only bring disaster and not fortune if dash." Before he could finish, the crowd was furious. "Get out, you liar. Liar. Get out." Xianxia was furious. "A bunch of idiots. I'm the successor of the mysterious sky mirror. What do you know? Get out. Scram, liar. You blind fool." Xianxia cursed. "When have I ever been blind? Don't spread rumors." In the distance, Moonlight Mavis felt a headache coming on. She did not know where this group of people had come from. At that moment, Yumu walked over. "Do you think it's really the Guyu ruins?" Moonlight Mavis shook her head. "Judging from the style, it doesn't look like it." "I don't think so either. This architectural style is even older than the Guyu era," Yumu said. Moonlight Mavis looked at the large door of the building, especially the pair of rune-like pupils. Her eyes flickered. As a Mavis, she knew many secrets that others did not, including the rune technology civilization. She was very sure that this was the rune technology civilization's ruins, but she did not know why it had been called the Guyu ruins. The rune technology civilization was considered a taboo even in the Mavis family's historical records. It was an incomparably brilliant and mysterious civilization that had only appeared briefly. Countless people were curious about this civilization and Moonlight Mavis was no exception. She also wanted to know what existed here. Many people had gathered in the city, both openly and secretly. Almost everyone from the Outerverse was gathered here, such as the black-masked assassin and the old woman from the Nalan family. Everyone was waiting for the door to open, but only a portion of the experts would show themselves. Lan Si was at the very back of the crowd and Elder Iron was beside him. "I'll send those people away," Elder Iron said. Lan Si waved a hand. It doesn't matter. He was still most concerned about Lu Yin. Could he really go into seclusion peacefully after the Guyu ruins appeared? Lan Si did not believe it. After a long commotion, someone suddenly cried out, "Look, has this door been burned?" Everyone looked over seriously. "It's not burned. It's left behind by the attacks of those powerhouses." "No, those attacks didn't do it. Even a strong cultivator couldn't leave any traces behind. It was obviously burned. We'll know if it's true after we try. Behind the door, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He'd heard it. Someone had finally discovered it. He had been thinking that if no one else had discovered it, he would set the door on fire himself. Very quickly, several experts took action, igniting the door with star energy. However, the door did not respond. More and more experts took action, and soon there were over 100 of them, including those with innate gifts of fire. Finally, the door moved and opened just a sliver. It was just a sliver, and ordinary people would not be able to notice it. However, all of the powerful cultivators present could sense it. Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikhang, Gui Wuzong, Ku Yun, and a group of other experts tore through the void and appeared in front of the crowd. They stared at the door with heated gazes. It's fire. Only fire can open the door. Burn it. Ku Yun barked and was the first to act. At this moment, all of their grudges were set aside, and their priority was to open the door. However, they had also secretly made preparations to deal a fatal blow at any moment. Lu Yin relaxed behind the door as everything had fallen into his rhythm. Let's begin. Fire. Man-made flames were not enough to fill the heaven flame stone, even with an enlighter like Ku Yun. Following that, Yu Mu, Elder Big Drum, Yu Mavis, and the other experts all took action. High-temperature flames instantly filled the entire city, forcing the crowd to retreat as they could not withstand the heat. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as the heaven flame stone was filled with flames, but it was not enough. It was far from enough. The flames burned for a few days and the door finally opened a sliver. Everyone saw hope and bravely stepped forward to ignite the flames, but the door only opened a sliver. The flames aren't hot enough. We need to find something hotter, someone said. Many people threw out all sorts of things that could ignite the flames, and some even threw a pile of firewood. Throw that fish up there. I'm hungry, Ku Wei suggested. Needless to say, many people were tempted. Shi-Chi was startled and she quickly ran off. And that stupid flag. Someone pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia glared at that person and then ran off as well. Everyone was trying to think of a way to ignite the flames, but the door only opened a sliver. Not even an insect could enter, let alone a person. Elder Big Drum stopped and a conflicted look appeared in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "Everyone, I once obtained a fire seed when I was young. It's extremely hot and can be used, but I'll say this first. Once the door opens, I'll be the first to enter. Anyone who dares to snatch it from me will become an enemy of the Hall of Honor." Yu Mu frowned. "Elder Big Drum, are you trying to use the Hall of Honor to pressure us?" Elder Big Drum answered seriously, "I've already paid the price, so it's only natural for me to reap the rewards." Yu Mu said, "I can also provide extreme heat." At this point, someone else spoke up one after another, clearly stating that they could provide extreme heat as well. In the end, no one knew what everyone had discussed, but as a wave of scorching heat spread out, the sky of the small city changed. Many of the experts who had gathered in front of the buildings could feel the heat wave in their faces, and they could not help but retreat. Those who were too slow were almost roasted dry. No one reminded them that they had to pay a price if they wanted to fight for the inheritance, and they deserved to die. This was what cultivation was all about. Behind the door, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the right effect, and this was the effect that he had wanted. He thought about it and hurriedly opened the door a sliver more, but it was still just a sliver. He wanted to squeeze these people dry, and there was definitely someone who had something good that they had not taken out yet. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 944. The heat within the heaven flame stones was constantly being replenished, and Elder Big Drum and the others took out all sorts of treasures to increase the temperature. The temperature in the city continued to rise, and the cultivators who had not reached the space-exploring realm could no longer withstand it, so they all retreated. The city's original walls had also been touched by others, and many of them had already disappeared. Very few people noticed that the walls that had disappeared had not been reduced to ashes, but had simply disappeared. The heaven flame stones were the source of the fire dragon's power, and the fire dragon could slow down Red Madam's attacks. It also cooperated with the heaven flame pathmaster to deal with the powerful imprinter, so the amount of heat it could generate was unimaginable. Lu Yin could only open the door bit by bit to tempt them. If he had not thought of this method, he would not even have been able to find the heat. Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikhang, and the experts of the Great Eastern Alliance all took out items that could increase the temperature. Everyone knew that the Great Eastern Alliance had been searching for an ancient flame seed, but they had not exposed themselves. Lu Yin did not blame them as they were not his subordinates. They were just working together to obtain what they needed. Furthermore, the alliance was not completely voluntary, so it was normal for them to not cooperate with him. More than 10 days later, the door was still only slightly open. Although the gap was very small, it still gave everyone hope. This is the door to an ancient inheritance, and it must be Senior Gu Yu's test. The heat that we're looking for is not enough. If you have more, then don't keep it to yourselves, Elder Big Drum shouted. Just as he finished speaking, Elder Novak appeared. He had actually been here for a long time, but he had not shown himself. Elder Big Drum was not surprised to see him, as they were all elders who were not valued by the Hall of Honor. Although they all had power levels of more than 300,000, they were actually considered the weakest amongst those in the same realm. Otherwise, they would not have been in the Outerverse. If they wanted to return to the Neoverse, they would need to increase their strength. Elder Nohua raised his hand, and there was a white powder-like object in his palm. He casually waved it, and what gushed out was a white, blazing heat. In an instant, it suppressed the extreme heat of the others, causing the void of the small city to distort. This heat was something that even powerhouses with power levels of 400,000 feared. Not too far away, Mavis walked out and pulled out an incomplete source box from her cosmic ring. She then tossed it at the door, causing a strong gale to sweep through the area and shatter the source box's surface. A torrential heat wave surged out from the source box like a reverse waterfall, incinerating space itself. Everyone who was watching from afar trembled in fear, and even Elder Big Drum and the others who were closest to the source box were forced to continuously retreat. A high temperature that's enough to threaten an envoy-level powerhouse. The Mavis family is indeed rich, Yumu praised. Yuehua Mavis looked at him. Shamrock Enterprises isn't weak either. Yumu smiled and took out a fiery red fruit. The fruit looked ordinary, but there was a flame brand on the surface. It was a strange fruit that Shamrock Enterprises had found on a planet. It was so hot that even Yumu didn't dare to eat it. He had originally planned to research and create a medicine, but right now there was nothing more important than Gu Yu's inheritance. Jasper Mountain Sea took action, throwing out more than 10 treasures that were related to high-temperature flames. There were even exotic treasures among them, causing quite a few people to be stupefied. Everyone said that the Million City was rich, and now they had seen it for themselves. Behind the door, Lu Yin was ecstatic. The temperature outside suddenly rose, and this time the door was truly roasted red. The heaven fire stone glowed brightly. Lu Yin knew that this was the constant replenishment of the high temperature, but the people outside thought that it was a sign that the door was about to open. "Hurry up, we're almost there," Elder Big Drum said anxiously. Lan Si walked out and took out 2 round stones. They collided with each other, producing lightning that transformed into flames in the void. The temperature was even higher than the powder that Elder Novak had provided, and it was extremely close to the fruit that Yumu had taken out. Xianxia also came over. No one knew how someone who hadn't even reached the explorer realm could approach such high temperatures. It had to be said that his attire was quite intimidating, and he gave off the feeling of an otherworldly expert who was playing around. Even Elder Big Drum was intimidated, and everyone looked at him. Xianxia stared at the door for a while before shaking his head and muttering something to himself. He then turned around and left. Right after Xianxia left, the black undying bird swooped down from the sky towards the door. The Dark Phoenix people also appeared. They were experts at playing with fire, and their addition greatly boosted the confidence of many. Someone sighed. If the Dark Phoenix ancestor isn't dead, then this door should be able to open. This sentence caused the faces of the Dark Phoenix experts to darken. The Dark Phoenix clan was one of the 3 great powers in the Outerverse that could not be provoked. They had fought their way out of the Innerverse because of the Dark Phoenix ancestors' fame, and they were fearless. However, after the battle at the border, their ancestor had died, and they had become much more low-key. Their way of doing things had completely changed, and this was a source of pain for them. They hoped more than anyone that the Dark Phoenix ancestor was still alive and not remembered by others. As time passed, another group of experts arrived one after another, and all sorts of high-temperature flames were thrown towards the door as if they were worshipping the ancestor. 20 days later, Lu Yin moved his arms. It was time to cultivate. The door was opened slightly and he could barely see it with his naked eye. He didn't care about what happened next. It would be best if these people had high-temperature flames, but if they didn't, then he would wait until he was done with his cultivation. As he thought about it, he waved his hand and threw a pile of star essence onto the ground. Lu Yin touched the heaven flame stone with one hand and felt an intense burning pain in his palm. The high temperature spread through his body through the heaven flame stone, and his gaze became resolute as he began to absorb the star energy. There weren't many people in the entire universe who possessed such a cheat-like method of absorbing star energy, but once one mastered it, they would not be able to quit. Who would be willing to slowly absorb star energy? The last time he had used the heaven flame stone, he had completed 4 cycles. This time he wanted to completely break through to the cruiser realm. As long as the people outside supported him, he might even be able to reach an even higher realm. No one would have thought that more than half of the Outerverse experts would go to great lengths to provide Lu Yin with all of their high-temperature treasures for his cultivation. Perhaps none of them would have known about this in their entire lives. The Explorer realm was above the Explorer realm. After 4 cycles of star energy in one's body, one would reach the peak of the Explorer realm, and after 5 cycles one would become a cruiser. 4 cycles and 5 cycles did not seem like much of a difference, and the only difference was the amount of star energy contained. However, the human body had its limits, and every cycle would expand the limits of one's body. In the ancient handbook, a powerhouse had described the human body as a balloon. If it was filled to the brim in one go, then it would explode. It had to be filled to the brim, and then the balloon had to be strengthened to increase its toughness before it could be filled again. This was the so-called star energy cycle. It allowed one to adapt to the universe, resist exhaustion, and increase one's strength. The star energy cycle was the most precious cultivation method that had been passed down since ancient times, and it was unique to humans. Astral beasts were different. Their potential was enough to allow them to reach a certain level, and they did not need to slowly rotate their planets to complete the cycle. The human body was very mysterious. 4 cycles would slowly strengthen one's body, and once the 5th cycle was completed, there would be a subtle sublimation. Regardless of whether it was one's physical strength, reaction time, 5 senses, or even one's comprehension, everything would increase. This was the reason why the cruisers were differentiated from each other. There were indeed differences between explorers and cruisers, and the difference lay in the sublimation after 5 cycles. Otherwise, there would be no need to differentiate between cruisers if they both cycled star energy. Based on each person's differences, the amount of improvement after 5 cycles would be different. Some people would improve very little and their strength would be limited. Others would improve greatly and their strength might even double. This naturally included an increase in comprehension, as well as an increase in their comprehension of battle techniques and innate gifts. Lu Yin was currently on his way to completing 5 cycles. The amount of star energy he needed to cycle each cycle was 200 times that of a normal person's, which meant that his limit was also 200 times that of a normal person's. This was also why he could jump realms to fight against powerhouses. His physical body was different from a normal person's. He could be considered a different kind of life form, and even the 10 arbiters were much stronger than normal people. A month later, Lu Yin was still cultivating and did not have the time to bother with the door. The crack in the door was exactly the same as it had been a month ago. This made the people outside anxious, as they had already squandered too many treasures. If they could not open the door, then it would be a huge loss. Don't you guys feel that the closer we get to the door, the more abundant the star energy is? An enlighter asked in surprise. Only then did the others realize that their attention had been drawn to the door, and no one had paid attention to the star energy. When this person said this, the crowd realized something. Quick, increase the temperature. There's definitely something good behind the door, someone said excitedly. Everyone else was excited, as the abundance of star energy meant that there were definitely treasures behind the door. Even Lan Si was looking forward to it, as the mystery behind the door was too attractive. Lu Yin had used a heaven flame stone to burn star essence, which produced an abundance of star energy that flowed out through the crack in the door. This caused the people outside to misunderstand. Even if the door did not continue to open, did they still have some motivation? Immediately, quite a few people threw in high-temperature items in an attempt to open the door. Elder, he had been here before. As an emissary in the Outerverse who was second only to Master Yuan, no one had noticed his arrival. After observing for a while, he determined that this was not some Guyu inheritance, as the architectural style was too different from the era that Guyu had lived in. Although the universe was grand and there were many strange architectural styles, he recognized this architectural style. It was the rune technology civilization. He recognized the pupils that had turned into runes on the door at first glance. After recognizing that this was the rune technology civilization ruins, Elder, he left without a second thought. His understanding of the rune technology civilization was one of the reasons why he had to leave. It was a brilliant and terrifying civilization, and anyone who came into contact with that civilization might vanish at any time. Even an emissary like him did not want to come into contact with that civilization. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, countless people had come and gone. Soon another month passed. The crowd had been burning outside the door for a full 2 months, but it still did not open. Many people's hearts sank as they had really tried their best. They had even taken out a high-temperature flame seed that could attract the attention of an emissary, but they still could not open the door. Although they were disheartened, their expectations for what was behind the door grew. The harder it was to open, the more it proved that there was something behind it. This was common knowledge. If the crowd had been 90% suspicious of the Guyu ruins 2 months ago, they were only 40% suspicious now. Only a powerhouse like the Guyu could have built such a powerful door, and even the door was so difficult to enter. This showed just how precious the inheritance was. Chapter 945. That was the psychology of humans. The more unobtainable something was, the more precious it was. Lan Si was no exception. He'd been waiting outside for 2 months and had even delayed his training. This was a pleasant surprise for Lu Yin. At this moment, Elder Iron came to Lan Si's side and shook his head. I still won't see him. Lan Si's expression was ugly. He had asked Elder Tai to look for Elder Daegu. He wanted to see Master Yuan again because he had a request, but Master Yuan refused to see him. The 10 arbiters had very high statuses, but that was only relative to the younger generation. At most, their influence extended to enlighters with power levels of over 200,000. Master Yuan, on the other hand, was a powerhouse with a power level of over 1 million. If not for the fact that Lu Yin's status had been recorded in the Hall of Honor, then it would have been impossible for him to request to see Master Yuan so many times. Did you say that I'm not here because of what happened last time? Lan Si said in a low voice. He was in a bad mood. The last time he had sought an audience with Master Yuan, it had been for the position of honorary Dharma child. Unfortunately, Master Yuan had bestowed that position upon Lu Yin, which was why he had challenged Lu Yin to a duel. This time, however, he had other matters to attend to. Elder Iron replied, I did, but Master Yuan refuses to see anyone. Lan Si felt helpless as he had actually wanted to ask Master Yuan about his futon. All of the 10 arbiters had one, and it allowed them to enter the 5th mainland's Daoist sect ruins and search for ancient inheritances. This was one of the 10 arbiters' advantages, and it was similar to the Neoverse Star Tower. They needed to compete for the Star Tower, and they also needed to compete with the 6th mainland for the Daoist sect's ruins. But he had lost his futon. Lan Si felt a chill run down his spine when he mentioned this matter. His futon was his most important treasure, and it was also a legacy item that the 10 arbiters had passed down to the next 10 arbiters. Now it had been lost just like that. Lan Si had practically flipped through his cosmic ring to look for it, but he had not been able to find it. He really didn't know when he had lost it. It had been a few years and he had never dared to tell anyone about it. He suspected that an absolute powerhouse had knocked him out and then used his blood to steal his futon. Otherwise, how could it have been lost in his cosmic ring? Who could steal something from a cosmic ring? That was impossible. There were only 10 futons in the entire universe, and Lu Yin did not believe that. He wanted to see if Master Yuan, a powerhouse who had always been overseeing the Outerverse, would have any extra futons. Even if he had to borrow them, it would be fine. Lu Yin wanted to take advantage of the Innerverse's Great War and head to the Daoist sect's ruins to search for the inheritance. But now he couldn't even see Master Yuan's face. Speaking of which, how did he lose his futon? It was simply an unsolved mystery. In the distance behind the door, the pile of star essence on the ground had almost been completely depleted. If Lu Yin wanted to complete 5 cycles, he would need about 300,000 star essence. Just now he had tossed out nearly 400,000 star essence on the ground, and a portion of it had leaked out due to the fire. The rest would be enough to complete his 5th cycle. When the star essence on the ground completely disappeared, a cracking sound could be heard from Lu Yin's body. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled, causing his hot breath to distort the void. After 5 cycles, he finally broke through to the cruiser realm. He slowly raised his hand. His physical body had undergone a sublimation. Although it was not as exaggerated as the sublimation in the space of the Golden Sea, it had still improved a lot. His 5 senses had also improved. Before he had broken through to the cruiser realm, he had been able to fight against a peak hunter, and by relying on his secret technique in the Aeon Evolution scripture, he had been able to fight against an enlighter with a power level of around 200,000. Now, however, he was confident that he could fight against an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. The current me should have already surpassed Aiden and Kai Jianxiang, he thought to himself. Aiden's defense was unparalleled, and his Thunder Mountain technique combined with his 9-line battle force allowed him to fight against an enlighter. Kai Jianxiang's attacks were ferocious, and he had beaten his peers into silence. However, that was only in his era, as there had been no 10 arbiters back then. Kai Jianxiang had been considered the strongest person in the Innerverse during his time, and his status had been equivalent to the current 10 arbiters. However, that era was different. Zirong had also been an absolute expert in his generation, but he had still been defeated by the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were terrifying, and Lu Yin had broken their records. In terms of innate talent, he was on the same level as the 10 arbiters, and the 10 arbiters could easily defeat enlighters. They were complete monsters. The 10 arbiters were synonymous with epic making, and Lu Yin was slowly approaching them. He knew that the gap between him and Lan Si was shrinking, but it was not the right time. He still did not have the confidence to defeat Lan Si. He could improve, but so could Lan Si. The other 10 arbiters had also improved greatly, and Lu Yin still needed to improve. Right, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that he had been cultivating for 10 years. There should be someone in the 10 arbiters who was almost 40 years old. Once they reached 40 years of age, they would no longer be part of the younger generation and they would have to step down. Lu Yin did not know how old Lan Si was. However, he did not like to wait for others to step down. He preferred to be expelled, especially since the person who had caused the death of 72 people with the surname Lu had to be eliminated. He no longer felt anything from the high temperature that had spread across his body. No matter how high the temperature was, it would quickly cool down with the passage of time. After such a long time, all of the high-temperature fire seeds that could be found in the Outerverse had probably been used up. Lu Yin felt that it was time to leave. There was no other way, as the Outerverse resources were limited. If he had been in the Innerverse, there would have been several envoys. That kind of fire would have been enough for him to cultivate for a year, and he might even be able to reach the Hunter realm. Of course, it was not good to cultivate too quickly. His body needed to gradually adapt to the star energy circulation, which required time. The cruiser realm was just a small threshold that could not be considered a realm increase. Only when he broke through to the Hunter realm would he be able to do so. At that time he would need to use his formcast model. Lu Yin's expression turned serious as he had been suppressed before. He stood up and moved, causing his body to creak. Lu Yin looked at the door. There were so many people outside, and if he did not open it, these people would guard the door until the end of time. He did not want to be seen by these people when he opened the door, or else he would not be able to use this method in the future. Lu Yin raised his hand and decided to roll his die. He would give them something good so that their efforts would not have been in vain. Lu Yin placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped his die. It slowly spun before finally coming to a stop at 5 pips, which meant that he could borrow his innate gift. Lu Yin felt helpless. There were indeed many people in front of him, including Lan Si of the 10 arbiters, but he could not leave. Hold on, he suddenly remembered something important. Did Lan Si have an innate gift? Innate gifts were innate, and once one started cultivating, they would be able to determine whether or not they had an innate gift. Lu Yin had always seen Lan Si fight using overlaying stacks, including his battle with Bai Ling on the Greyweed continent. He had never seen Lan Si use an innate gift. Did Lan Si not have an innate gift? Lu Yin did not know, But he did not believe that one of the 10 arbiters did not have an innate gift. It was possible but not very likely. If Xianxia had an innate gift, then what was it? Lu Yin had been thinking about the information that Zhou Xian and the Z family had given him. Xianxia was cultivating a battle technique and his attention had been drawn to it. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had neglected an innate gift. The importance of an innate gift was self-evident. Without the Dai's innate gift, Lu Yin would not have been able to reach where he was today. Countless experts in the universe had relied on their innate gifts to reach where they were now, and that was their true trump card. Lu Yin sighed as he had almost forgotten that this was a fatal blow. Xianxia had kept a low profile and had never taken the initiative to reveal his innate gift, but that did not mean that Lu Yin did not have one. He could not be arrogant as he was completely unaware of the 10 arbiters' trump cards. Had White Knight completely revealed her innate gift during her battle with Blood Luni? Lu Yin was not sure either. Perhaps she had and perhaps she had not. He felt that it would be better to delay his battle with Xianxia for a while longer. However, if Xianxia was willing to let him use external items, then Lu Yin could beat Xianxia until he cried. He did not believe that anyone could compete with him in terms of external items. The walnuts that Master Yuan had given him were enough to instantly kill an envoy. Lu Yin continued to roll his die. The second time he rolled pips. Time stopped space. Lu Yin grabbed his cosmic ring and entered. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin raised his hand to add 6 months to his time limit. However, he had spent more than 400 star essence. He had to adapt to his current physical strength in half a year's time, consolidate his battle techniques and memorize the Stonewall scriptures. There were many things that he needed to do. Lu Yin's vision flashed and he returned to that building. It had only been a second in the real world, but he had already been in the time-stop space for half a year. He would not be able to make any progress if he stayed any longer, so he might as well come out. He continued to roll his die. This time he rolled pips, 3. In reality, it did not matter if he did not roll it, as he could just leave something behind. However, those people outside had been lucky to roll it. The first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was his cosmic ring. Back on Xenu Star he had wanted to try upgrading his cosmic ring, but he had obtained that ball of paper. He did not know if that ball of paper was his own memory, but it had made him homesick, which had delayed him until now. He tossed his cosmic ring onto the upper screen, but there was no response. Lu Yin took out the items from his cosmic ring and tossed them onto the upper screen, but there was still no response. He thought about it for a moment and decided that it might have something to do with space. Space could not be created out of thin air, and upgrading a cosmic ring meant that its internal space had to increase. But where would this increase come from? It could not have appeared out of thin air. It was a pity that he could not upgrade his cosmic ring, as it would have been another profitable business. Since he could not upgrade his cosmic ring, Lu Yin flipped through the items in his cosmic ring and decided to upgrade some ancient pills. He had a total of 12 ancient pills, and he had upgraded 3 of them at a cost of 20,000 star essence per pill. After using one, he still had 2 left. Lu Yin upgraded the remaining 9 pills at a cost of 180,000 star essence, and he upgraded another 3 pills to 300,000 power levels. In other words, he had enough rune lines to heal the injuries of 300,000 enlighters. He placed one of the pills where the statue had been, and that would be considered a reward for the enlighters. He did not want to give any more than that. That ancient pill had cost him 50,000 star essence, which was not a small amount. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be too monotonous to leave just one pill. He took out a drop of spring water from the exquisite lake and placed it beside the pill. He was about to leave when he thought about it again and decided that he could not be too stingy. Otherwise, those people would not be so excited the next time they came across the ruins. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and took out 10,000 star essence and casually scattered them on the ground. He was quite reluctant to part with them. How many people could casually throw away 10,000 star essence like Lu Yin had? Even if the Mavis Bank was casually throwing away money, it would still be in cosmic dollars. 10,000 star essence was equivalent to 1 billion star crystals, so how much would that be in cosmic dollars? He could not even count it. He was being too generous. Thanks. Big Brother AI Xing. Thank you, brother. Cool Breeze. Thank you for your support. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 946. Lu Yin turned around and looked at the 2 screens of Enhance on his die. He thought about it and decided that it would be too much of a waste to store it away. He looked at the other items in his cosmic ring and finally took out a formcast model. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had been using formcast models. This was the path that any cultivator with the right conditions would take. Those who did not use formcast models were known as wandering soldiers. A typical formcast model could form a body 3 times and allow one to reach the Melder realm. The better ones could form a body 4 times and allow one to reach the Lamita realm. Only a few heirs of great powers could use a 5-stage formcast model. An explorer's formcast model far surpassed his peers, and such people were few and far between. A 6-stage formcast model was a legendary one, and even the heirs of great powers might not be able to obtain one. In order to obtain a 6-stage formcast model, one had to be an envoy-level powerhouse, and how many such powerhouses were there in the universe? Lu Yin currently had a 6-stage formcast model that he had upgraded in Iron Blood Weave. It had cost him more than 8,000 star essence to upgrade it, which was too cheap for his current wealth. Now he wanted to see if he could upgrade it to a 7-stage one. He had never heard of a 7-stage formcast model before. He tossed the formcast model onto the upper screen and then threw in more than 10,000 star essence. Lu Yin watched expectantly as the formcast model lowered a bit. Lu Yin was excited as lowering it meant that it could be upgraded. The formcast model could really be upgraded to a 7-stage one. He had never heard of a 7-stage formcast model before, but it really could be done. The effects of using a formcast model to upgrade one's strength were different from those of not using one. Before formcast models had appeared, the heirs of great powers had also used a similar method to upgrade their strength, which was known as empowerment. However, there were too few people who could use this method, and only the heirs of great powers could enjoy it. A formcast model was equivalent to empowerment. If a 6-stage formcast model was equivalent to an envoy-level powerhouse's empowerment, then what about a 7-stage formcast model? Hai Chi had once said that she had never heard of a 7-stage formcast model, and even the Sea King could not create one with his strength. Could it be that only world imprinters or cosmic imprinters could create one? Regardless of that, Lu Yin could already see hope for a 7-stage formcast model. If a 6-stage formcast model was prepared for a hunter, then a 7-stage formcast model would be prepared for an enlighter. However, this was a bit of a headache as he had spent more than 10,000 star essence just to lower the formcast model by a tiny bit. If he wanted to upgrade it completely, he would need at least 1,000,000 star essence. He had enough money, but he could not upgrade it now. He was still quite a distance away from becoming a hunter, so he would have to wait until he broke through. Lu Yin's money. It was time to let those people in. Outside the door, the flames were still burning, but they were much colder than before. Many of the tinders had already finished burning, and everyone's hearts sank. They had not been able to open the door, and now that the temperature had dropped, it was even more impossible. Yuehua Mavis and the others felt that it was a pity, as the price they had paid was not small. It seemed that they would have to wait for the inner verse and outer verse to reconnect if they wanted to open the door. Just as everyone was feeling disheartened, the door quietly opened. Everyone stared blankly as the door slowly opened and the hot flames surged in. Yu Mu and the others immediately reacted and subconsciously swept out their flames to prevent the items inside from being burned. In the shadows, the black-masked assassin and the other experts rushed towards the door, but before they could enter, a towering tree rose from the ground and blocked their path. Yuehua Mavis had made a move. Everyone, please follow our previous agreement. Otherwise, I don't mind making those who broke the rules disappear. The black-masked assassin stopped. Yuehua Mavis' full strength was enough to contend against an imprinter from the 6th mainland. Imprinters were emissaries, and they were not existences that the black-masked assassins could compare to. Yuehua Mavis' deterrence was equivalent to an emissary's. Following Yuehua Mavis' words, Yu Mu, Elder Nuohua, Elder Big Drum, and Lan Si were the first to enter. Lu Yin held onto the aura concealing stone and hid within the building. The first to enter was Moonlight Mavis, and Yu Mu followed closely behind. The Dark Phoenix clan's Hu Finyas, Cheong Shanhai, and the rest all entered one after another, but no one discovered Lu Yin. He did not care about what would happen next. The crowd gradually entered and he retreated. Lu Yin had originally planned to leave, but he had accidentally overheard a group's conversation. His gaze turned cold and he quickly hid himself. Aside from the items that Lu Yin had left behind, there was nothing else in the building. Many people had entered with high hopes, but they had left with disappointment, and the building had almost been torn down. Especially Yu Mu and the others. In order to open the door they had used up a lot of precious things, but now they had nothing. Those pellets and crystal marrow were no different from having nothing. They had a lot of anger in their hearts and they couldn't vent it even if they wanted to. They could only leave gloomily. There were still quite a few smart people in the crowd, and they had actually discovered traces of Lu Yin's movements. This revealed that someone else had already entered this place, which left Elder Big Drum and the others helpless. Yuehua Mavis left as there was nothing she wanted here. She had only wanted to know more about the rune technology civilization, but there had been no records of it. The others also left one after another. Ku Wei was not satisfied as he had heard of Gu Yu's name. This person had made a name for himself in the Neoverse, and he had been looking forward to learning more about the Moonstar technique. However, there had been nothing. In the end he still left. Xianxia walked around the building and then left with a strange expression. Qiqi also walked around. There's nothing. Let's go. Above her head the fish was puzzled. What a familiar scent. I've definitely smelled it before. Where is it? Let Lord Fish think. Lan Si was not disappointed as he had never planned on cultivating the Moonstar technique in the first place. It was fine as long as no one else could obtain it. Mu Nikhang, Meng Tianlong and the others helplessly left. They all headed in the same direction since they were all in the east. Not long after they left the ruins, they were surrounded by a group of experts, including the Ghost Shadow Sword sect, the Yak family and other powerful organizations from the Central Weaves. Even Ku Yun from the Moke Sword sect had hidden his identity and attacked them. The Great Eastern Alliance and the Central Weaves allied forces were enemies, not friends. Lu Yin had killed more than 300 generals in a single night, which had shaken the Outerverse and caused the Central Weaves allied forces to both hate and fear the Great Eastern Alliance. This was a rare opportunity for Lu Yin to enter seclusion, so the Central Weaves allied forces decided to act and eliminate Meng Tianlong and the others to deal a blow to the Great Eastern Alliance. They were not afraid that Lu Yin would find out, as they had long since become mortal enemies. The Great Eastern Alliance's experts included Gong Cho from Taimal Palace, Lu Ran from Green Peak Gorge and the others. They were unable to withstand the premeditated attack from the Central Weaves allied forces, especially since there were 2 Enlighters in the Central Weaves allied forces. Meng Tianlong had been heavily injured the moment he had attacked and Mu Nikhang had been injured as well. The ambush had taken place in the east of the ruins, and most of the experts who had headed to the ruins had headed west after leaving. Even if there were some scattered experts who saw the ambushed Great Eastern Alliance members, they could only pretend that they had not seen them. This ambush would end in a few minutes at most. Mu Nikhang and the others were on the verge of despair, and Lu Ran had already shouted that he was surrendering. Ku Yun had beheaded Lu Ran with a single slash. He had been threatened by the Great Eastern Alliance because of Lan, and he had been forced to invite her back to the sect. He had viewed this matter as a humiliation, and he had participated in this ambush as revenge. Meng Tianlong struck out with both palms, and the great desolate palm flew out and covered the heavens. However, Gui Wuzong pierced through the palms, and his sword pierced through Meng Tianlong's shoulder. Great Eastern Alliance. The moment you join us is the moment you die. Not too far away an arrow shot over, but Gui Wuzong sneered and casually swatted it away. His cold gaze swept over Gong Cho. Brat, you're courting death. Even further away Mu Nikhang was having a hard time dealing with Ku Yun's attacks. Although the Moke Sword sect's sword techniques were not as elusive as the Ghost Shadow Sword sect's, they were still filled with dignity and righteousness, which made it impossible for anyone to resist. Ku Yun's sword vibrated and he dispersed Mu Nichang's star energy. He then slashed down from above. Mu Nikhang gritted her teeth and raised her hand, causing dozens of wooden golems to appear and trap Ku Yun within. These wooden golems were Even Ground Palace's most valuable treasures, and there were a total of 99 of them. It was rumored that they could even trap an Enlighter when used together. Ku Yun was indeed trapped and he could not fight his way out, but he would not be trapped for long. Mu Nikhang was unlucky as the movement of the wooden golems had caused too much of a commotion, and it had attracted the attention of another enlighter from the Central Weave's allied forces. She was an old woman, and she raised a withered hand to grab Mu Nikhang. "Little girl, you're quite pretty. Show me your face." Mu Nichang's pupils shrank. It was over. Even further away, Doro despaired. Suddenly, a figure flickered past Doro and appeared in front of Mu Nikhang. The figure raised a palm and slapped out, colliding with the old woman's withered hand. An indescribably ferocious force exploded forth, creating shockwaves that tore through the void and sent Mu Nikhang flying. The old enlighter's withered hand was instantly shattered into pieces. The old woman howled as her body was bombarded by an invisible force. Her skin cracked and she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The sudden appearance of the figure that had injured the old woman with a single palm attracted everyone's attention. Within the wooden golem, Ku Yun was shocked. Was he one of the 10 arbiters Lan Si? No one had expected Lan Si's appearance, and he had not left in this direction. Furthermore, Lan Si and Lu Yin had fought, and they were not on friendly terms. No one had expected Lan Si to appear. Mu Nikhang stared at Lan Si's back in shock. He was so tall and imposing, and this person had saved her. Lan Si looked down at the crowd, and just by standing in outer space, he exuded an invincible aura. He casually waved his hand and a strong wind stirred up. Everyone felt like they were being pushed back by an invisible force, and they could feel the 10 arbiters' strength. Chapter 947. The names of the 10 arbiters had spread throughout the innerverse and outerverse, and everyone knew about them. However, no one knew exactly how powerful the 10 arbiters were. Ku Yun and the others had originally believed that the 10 arbiters could intimidate the younger generation, but not them. Now they clearly understood that the 10 arbiters' power level was truly heaven-defying. A hunter was enough to render enlighters like them powerless. The old woman was a good example. She had exchanged blows with Lan Si and was easily injured. However, she did not dare to make a move. She was afraid because she had felt Lan Si's invincible strength. Why is Lan Si of the 10 arbiters helping the Great Eastern Alliance? Ghost Wuzong could not help but ask. Lan Si's gaze swept across the crowd. "I owe Lu Yin a favor, and now I'm returning it to him." Gui Wuzong barked. "You and Lu Yin are enemies, not friends. Now that you've dealt with the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin is like a rootless duckweed that you can do whatever you want to him." Lan Si was cold and arrogant. The view of an ant. Gui Wuzong was furious, but he dared not say anything else. Ku Yun stared at Lan Si vigilantly, as this kid was too powerful. Even if Lan Si could defeat the old woman, he would not be able to do so in a short amount of time. After all, they were both enlighters, and in terms of power level, Ku Yun was tens of thousands of times weaker than the old woman. However, Lan Si had been able to heavily injure the old woman with a single palm strike. His strength was unfathomable. Lan Si looked back at Mu Nikhang. "Tell Lu Yin that I've repaid the favor I owe him." Mu Nikhang and the others were still staring at him blankly when a voice rang out. "You want to return it? It won't be that easy." Mu Nikhang, Meng Tianlong and the rest were ecstatic, but Gui Wuzong and the rest were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. This was Lu Yin's voice. Lu Yin had arrived a long time ago, but he had sensed Lan Si's presence. He didn't know what Lan Si was up to, so he hadn't made a move. Lan Si and the others had been able to escape to the outerverse because they owed him a favor. Lu Yin had assumed that Lan Si would not care about this favor, but he had never expected that one of the 10 arbiters would remember it. He must have heard about the Central Weave's alliance's plot and hurried over to return the favor. Lu Yin's battle with Lance was merely a battle between a glory child and one of the 10 arbiters. There was no grudge between the two of them. Friendship was friendship and competition was competition. However, he couldn't return the favor so easily. Lan Si looked at Lu Yin in astonishment, as he hadn't even noticed that this person had arrived. It was rare for someone to be able to conceal their aura to such an extent. Lu Yin didn't care about the others and calmly looked at Lan Si. "What, do you want to return the favor so easily?" Lan Si calmly replied, "I can return it." Lu Yin's lips curled up as he glanced at Gui Wuzong and the others. "You want to steal my kill?" Lan Si's eyes narrowed. "If you snatch it, it'll be mine. Of the 403 people in the Great Mountain Dojo, I'll return 403 people to you." There are more than 400 enemies here. You can try. There were close to 1,000 people from the Great Eastern Alliance and the Central Weave's allied forces present, and they could all tell that Lan Si wanted to capture 403 people from the Central Weave's allied forces to repay Lu Yin's favor. They were the so-called heads. Gui Wuzong and the others felt humiliated, but they were also filled with fear. Run. As soon as the order was given, the allied forces from the Central Weaves fled in all directions. Among them, there were about 30 space-exploring powerhouses, while the rest were in their spacecraft which was ready to fly away. Lan Si's eyes went wide and his figure disappeared in a flash. He then pierced through a spacecraft and caused it to malfunction. He stopped in space, but his body did not slow down at all as he reached out to grab an explorer. Lu Yin focused on the old woman who had been heavily injured by Lan Si. She wanted to escape, and although she was heavily injured, she was an enlighter, so her speed was extremely fast. However, Lu Yin was even faster. His physical body was terrifyingly powerful, and he immediately caught up to the old woman and slapped her with a palm. The old woman was furious. Even if she could not defeat the 10 arbiters, she could not defeat Lu Yin. She raised her other hand, which was even more shriveled, and viciously slapped at Lu Yin. Die, you brat. Lan Si grabbed the explorer and turned around to look at her. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin lashed out with a palm. After breaking through to the cruiser realm, his overlaying stacks had smoothly reached 100 stacks, and the same thing happened again. The old woman's palm shattered and blood splattered across space. The overlaying stack's formless strength flowed through her arm and into her body, causing the cracks on her skin to widen. She spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This time she was seriously injured and she did not even have the strength to escape. Everyone gasped. That was an enlighter. Not every weave in the Outerverse 72 weaves had an almighty enlighter, but she had been heavily injured by a single palm strike. The 10 arbiters' fame was too great and they could understand that. Furthermore, Lan Si was a hunter, so it was not too much of an exaggeration. But what about Lu Yin? Wasn't it said that he had relied on external items to defeat enlighters? What external items? Lan Si's pupils shrank as Lu Yin's palm strike was not much weaker than his own. This brat's physical strength was terrifying. Lu Yin was excited as he had finally defeated an enlighter with his own strength. He roared at the sky and his physical strength erupted with even greater speed as he fought with Lan Si for the kill. After breaking through to the cruiser realm, Lan Si did not have much of an advantage over Lu Yin. Lu Yin had originally guessed that he would be able to compete with the 10 arbiters once he became a cruiser, and this guess was close to being accurate. However, it was still only a competition. Lu Yin's fear of Lan Si had gradually deepened over time, especially when he thought about that unknown battle technique and innate gift. He could compete with Lan Si for kills, but if he really fought with Lan Si now, it would be impossible for him to win. Lan Si would not reveal his full strength in a situation like this. Lu Yin knew this, but others did not. In their eyes, Lu Yin was currently on par with the 10 arbiters' divine fist, and they stood on the same level. Meng Tianlong's heart was filled with shock. How long had Lu Yin been cultivating? It had only been 10 years, but he had already caught up to the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin had entered the Astral Combat Academy at the same time as his son Meng Yu. Meng Yu was at most an explorer, but Lu Yin was already comparable to the 10 arbiters. This innate gift was too terrifying and no one had ever achieved it before. Gui Wuzong fled for his life, but there were people in both directions. One was Lan Si and the other was Lu Yin. He was the last person aside from Ku Yun, and this caused both Lan Si and Lu Yin to fight over him. Gui Wuzong's heart crumbled and he fully displayed the phantom ghost sword, but he could not hide from the two. His movements were as clear as day, and his so-called elusiveness was nothing more than a joke. Lu Yin and Lan Si caught up to Gui Wuzong at the same time, and they did not dodge or evade the phantom ghost sword. Instead they attacked at the same time and with a bang their long swords shattered. Both of their hands grabbed onto Gui Wuzong's arms, and the same 100 stacks flowed through his arms, using Gui Wuzong's body as a battlefield. Gui Wuzong howled in agony as the meridians in his arms shattered. Shockwaves spread out from his body as the two stacked stacks did not give way to each other. Lu Yin and Lan Si simultaneously felt each other's ferocious strength and experienced each other's strength. Lu Yin suddenly retreated as Gui Wuzong would definitely die if they fought one more time. Lan Si did not care, but Lu Yin could not ignore it as he still needed Gui Wuzong to be useful. Lan Si grabbed Gui Wuzong. "I'll return your 300 heads." He then tossed Gui Wuzong over to Lu Yin, as he had captured exactly 300 people. Lu Yin had 100 fewer people than Lan Si, and that was all because of one spacecraft. In reality, both of their attack speeds were about the same, but unfortunately, Lu Yin had only destroyed a few people on his spacecraft, which was 100 fewer people than Lan Si. In the end, both of them looked at Ku Yun, who was still trapped by the wooden figurine. Ku Yun's face paled as he was done for. Although he was an enlighter, how could he possibly resist these two freaks? Gui Wuzong's miserable state sent a chill down his spine, and he decided not to attack. Instead, he reverted back to his original appearance. "Alliance Master Lu, it's been a long time." Lu Yin knew that this person was Ku Yun, and he wanted to hide his identity to take revenge on the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin could understand this, as it was normal for the sect master of a large sect to want revenge after being threatened. However, since he wanted to take revenge, he had to be prepared to bear the consequences. Lan Si lost interest and turned to leave. "Lu Yin, remember our agreement. I hope to fight as soon as possible." Lu Yin's eyes flashed quickly. It seemed like Lan Si was getting anxious. Lu Yin's improvement had been too great, and even the arrogant 10 arbiters were afraid of him. "Right, how old are you?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Lan Si stopped and did not even turn around. "Meaningless question. Do you think that anyone who's older than 40 will really abdicate?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I'm not expecting anyone to abdicate. I'm just asking." Lan Si left, leaving the crowd gasping in shock. Mu Nikhang looked at Lu Yin's departing figure with a strange glint in her eyes. The Central Weave's allied forces had attacked the Great Eastern Alliance, and some of them had died. Most of them had been captured, and the ones who had suffered the most were Gui Wuzong and the old and lighter woman. Now only Ku Yun was left. Lu Yin walked over to the wooden figurine and calmly looked at Ku Yun. "Leader Ku, do you have anything to say now that things have reached this point?" Ku Yun bitterly replied, "I'm just a loser and I have nothing to say. I'm at Alliance Leader Lu's disposal." Lu Yin sighed. "Actually, everyone knows what I'm thinking. The Outerverse has been weak for too many years, and its territory far surpasses the Innerverse. There are also many resources, but it's all because the 72 weaves are scattered. If these resources were gathered together, we would be able to nurture an expert comparable to the Innerverse. But now the borders are in trouble and the sixth mainland could attack again at any time. Under these circumstances, don't you think that a unified Outerverse would be much easier to protect itself than a scattered Outerverse?" Ku Yun shook his head. "Alliance Leader Lu, there's no need to say such things. Your plan to unify the Outerverse began before the sixth mainland attacked, and I was already a prisoner. Alliance Leader Lu, there's no need to say more. Lan has returned to the Moke Sword sect, and once I die he will definitely be the next leader. No one will be able to compete with him, and the Moke Sword sect is already in your hands. Since that's the case, why would Leader Ku make such a pointless sacrifice?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Yun was astonished. "Alliance Leader Lu, are you willing to give me a way out?" Lu Yin raised his head. "I've said it before. Gathering the Outerverse resources and experts is still a resource. If you can stay, then stay. In the future you'll be able to deal with the sixth mainland's strength. As for the Moke Sword sect, as long as they're willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance, I naturally won't make things difficult for them. I'm still magnanimous." Ku Yun was grateful and he nodded. "If that's the case, then thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. The Moke Sword sect is willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance." Ku Yun was a smart person, or else he would not have been threatened by Wei Rong. This time he had concealed his identity and ambushed the Great Eastern Alliance, which meant that he was not an upright and plain-spoken gentleman. He also had a hypocritical side. Chapter 948. Lu Yin liked hypocrites, and such people were tactful. He had ways to deal with upright people, but it was even simpler to deal with hypocrites. They were afraid of death. After dealing with the Moke Sword School, the Phantom Sword sect would be much easier to deal with. If the Phantom Sword sect didn't agree, then Lu Yin could simply make the Phantom Sword sect disappear from the universe. Right now, Gui Wuzong's greatest wish was to heal the Phantom Sword sect, and he had no other thoughts. Those who had been captured quickly agreed. Almost all of these people were the leaders of the Central Weaves factions. After all, it was a competition for the Guyu inheritance, so naturally those who had come were all top figures. Once these people surrendered, they would bring the factions of the Central Weave to submit to them. At the end of the day, a person only had one life, and there were very few people who would rather die than surrender. Furthermore, this was only an alliance, and they hadn't truly submitted to Lu Yin. The reason they had opposed the alliance was because they didn't want to have someone above them ordering them around. But now that they were about to die, why would they care about such things? The wooden figurine was put away, and Ku Yun very consciously bowed to Lu Yin. The old enlighter also surrendered. She was actually an independent cultivator, and the fact that she had been able to cultivate to the enlighter realm as an independent cultivator showed that her innate gift was exceptionally high. This time she had been hired by the Central Weave's allied forces, and she was just like the three enlighters who had tried to assassinate Lu Yin. She did not care about the Great Eastern Alliance or the Central Weave's allied forces, and she did not take a side at all. The assassination attempt slowly came to an end. Under the control of Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and Enya, this assassination attempt brought news that shook the entire Outerverse. Half a month later, the 9 Central Weaves announced that they would join the Great Eastern Alliance and work together to create a peaceful environment in the universe. When this news spread, countless people were shocked and their scalps went numb. No one could figure out why the Great Eastern Alliance had suddenly joined 9 Weaves. Moreover, these Weaves were the ones that had been the most fiercely opposed to the Great Eastern Alliance, such as Xianxia Weave and Umbral Butterfly Weave. No matter what other people thought, after the Great Eastern Alliance had merged with the 9 Weaves in the Central region, the total number of Weaves that the Outerverse had reached 31. The Outerverse had a total of 72 Weaves, and 31 Weaves were almost half of it. It was also at this moment that Lu Yin received a new nickname, Half King Lu, which meant that he was half a king of the Outerverse. The Outerverse seemed vast and boundless, and every Weave had countless powers of various sizes. Each of these Weaves had a powerful leader, and it was very difficult to subdue them. However, as long as there was a way, it would not be difficult to subdue them. It was just like doing business. Some people did business by looking at the product, but the most successful people did business by looking at the people. Business was done by people. As long as you got the people, anything could be discussed. Wang Wen and Wei Rong were both experts at manipulating people's hearts. In addition to Aegis, Amethyst Trading Company, and Qian Yan's information, as well as Lu Yin's influence and the Hall of Honor's background, it was not strange for him to be able to pull this off. Back when Lu Yin had unified a third of the Outerverse, he had caused the rest of the Outerverse to feel apprehensive, which had led to the formation of the Central Weave's allied army. Even the Western Weave's experts had helped him in secret, providing him with money, manpower, and manpower. Now that Lu Yin had unified half of the Outerverse, the remaining half of the Outerverse was in a complete panic. Lu Yin had never concealed his determination to unify the Outerverse, and it could be said that everyone knew about it. Now he had already accomplished half of his goal, but that did not mean that he had conquered half of the Outerverse. Although it was only half of the Outerverse's territory, his chances of success had already risen to 90%. The Southern Weave's borders had become unstable because of Lu Yin, and many of the Western Weave's experts wanted to leave. Elder Big Drum felt a headache coming on, as he had finally experienced Lu Yin's might. Even without a battle, Lu Yin still had the ability to make everyone feel helpless. Many experts from the Western territories at the border have found him. Elder Big Drum requested that the Hall of Honor restrain Lu Yin's actions. The leader of the Dark Phoenix tribe, Tenno Phoenix, also sought out Elder Big Drum and requested that the Hall of Honor step in, as they could not allow Lu Yin to unify the Outerverse. The Dark Phoenix tribe had fought their way out of the Innerverse, and although they had been in the Outerverse for many years, they still felt superior to the Outerverse. This was especially true as they were one of the 3 great powers that could not be provoked. They were arrogant in front of anyone in the Outerverse, so how could they accept being ruled by Lu Yin? The Southern Weave's borders were not just filled with experts from the Western Weaves who were opposed to Lu Yin, but there were also many who supported Lu Yin. Their Weaves had all joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so they naturally stood on Lu Yin's side. A conflict broke out in the Southern Weaves, but it was quickly suppressed by the Hall of Honor. Elder Big Drum helplessly sought out Master Yuan and explained the situation to him. Master Yuan opened his eyes. Although he was old and his gaze was somewhat cloudy, it was still very bright, and his eyes were filled with admiration. The Outerverse has 72 weaves and it's vast. The people and resources are scattered all over the place, and these are all old problems. Back then, someone proposed to take over the Adventurers Guild because of the new sea routes that the Adventurers Guild controlled. They wanted to use the new sea routes to cover the entire Outerverse and reduce the distance that the Outerverse could travel, but the Adventurers Guild rejected them. Now Lu Yin can unify the Outerverse and establish a military express route, which is the same as shortening the distance between people in the Outerverse. Very good. The explosive power of a unified Outerverse is immeasurable. Big Drum, you need to help him out a bit more and give the Adventurers Guild a bit of a push. Those new sea routes will be very helpful in the construction of the Outerverse. Elder Big Drum was speechless. He knew that Master Yuan was biased towards Lu Yin, but this was too obvious. He had come to ask if Master Yuan wanted to restrain Lu Yin, but Master Yuan had ordered him to help Lu Yin. This was too unreasonable, and if the people outside knew about this, they would probably fall into despair. Yes, Master Yuan. Elder Big Drum bowed deeply. He had no other choice as his status was far too inferior to Master Yuan's. A single word from Master Yuan was enough to make him commit suicide, let alone help Lu Yin. In any case, this was Master Yuan's order and he could only follow it. The Adventurers Guild? They had long since changed their name to Endless Borders. Elder Big Drum did not bring any good news to the remaining half of the Outerverse. Not only would the Hall of Honor not interfere, but he had even urged the others to support Lu Yin. No one was a fool, and in their eyes, Lu Yin's background had always been the Hall of Honor. Now that Elder Big Drum had shown such an attitude, these people's hearts turned cold, and they decided not to seek help from the Hall of Honor anymore. This time the Western Weaves no longer supported Lu Yin in secret, but instead openly supported him. On one hand, they contacted Enya in an attempt to probe Lu Yin's bottom line. On the other hand, they actively allied with him just like the Central Weaves allied forces. At the same time, they also recruited assassins, intelligence organizations, and so on. Anything that could resist the Great Eastern Alliance was accepted by them. The remaining half of the Outerverse was determined to resist Lu Yin to the end. Nobody wanted another person above them to order them around. Although this was only an alliance and not a true subjugation, they still could not accept it. Lu Yin knew that it was unlikely for him to act against the remaining half of the Outerverse in the short term. These people were very smart, and they knew that he had subjugated the Saint Lesser Weaves and the other Central Weaves. They would not make the same mistake, and even if Lu Yin was heavily injured, these people would probably not take the initiative to attack him. They were determined not to provoke the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had originally harbored the ambition to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance, but that ambition had now completely vanished. Lu Yin did not plan on continuing to act against them either. Half of the Outerverse had been unified, and it would take some time. Breaking in, establishing a military express route, integrating resources, adjusting the military forces, and so on would take some time to deal with these matters. However, he did not need to personally take action, as Wang Wen, Enya, Wei Rong, and Huan Sha could handle these matters. What he needed to do now was cultivate. No matter what, cultivation was his top priority, and he would not forget that the universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Several months passed, and it was time for Lu Yin to enter the Daoist sect's ruins once again. The outside world was buzzing with activity, and the entire Outerverse was in an uproar. Lu Yin calmly returned to King Zishan's palace, took out his futon and sat on it. The scenery in front of him changed, and he once again arrived at the Futon Plaza in the Daoist sect's ruins. There were more people than the last time, but compared to the Daoist sect's ruins, this place was still deserted. Lu Yin passed through First Divine Gate and arrived at the Budding Terrace. He then headed straight for the Nine Cauldrons space. As soon as he entered, Lu Yin was surprised to find that there were two groups of people confronting each other, and his appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. "Which region are you from?" someone asked loudly. Lu Yin subconsciously answered, "The Bloodburn Realm." "Over here," someone else spoke up, sounding pleased with himself. Lu Yin blinked, and then he walked over to that person and stood in the middle of the group. You guys don't really think that Mo Jiangxiao can do anything, do you? He's a descendant of a world imprinter family with a dead ancestor, and he's facing off against two descendants of a cosmic imprinter family. Even a fool knows what the outcome will be. Someone from the opposing group spoke up with a mocking tone. Someone from Lu Yin's group spoke up as well. Di Luo will be here soon. Not only is he a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, but he's also the younger brother of Realm Ling DFA. So what? Can he face off against both Tong Zhan and Xiao Bai at the same time? Mo Jiangxiao isn't weak either. He doesn't even have an imprint anymore. Lu Yin poked the person beside him. Bro, what's going on? That person became impatient. Tong Zhan and Xiao Bai have sealed off the 9 cauldrons space, and they're not allowing anyone else to enter. We're currently negotiating. Who's Xiao Bai? Lu Yin subconsciously asked. At the same time he also found it strange. Wasn't Tong Zhan in the Starfall Sea? Where would he find the time to enter the Daoist sect's ruins? That person was flabbergasted and he looked at Lu Yin strangely. You don't know about Xiao Bai? Lu Yin laughed dryly. I just came out of seclusion and it's been a while. That person suddenly understood. Looks like you've been sealed in ice for a while and you've just been unsealed. Xiao Bai is a descendant of the Black Blood Realm's Eyeless clan. You should know about the Eyeless clan, which is a cosmic imprinter family. Lu Yin grunted. Oh, so you're from the Eyeless clan. That person no longer paid any attention to Lu Yin. Meanwhile, Lu Yin looked towards the interior of the 9 cauldrons space. The first cauldron had shattered, so Tong Zhan, Xiao Bai and Mo Jiangxiao should be in the second cauldron. This was troublesome as it seemed that he would have to wait for a while before he could absorb the cauldron qi again. Lu Yin wanted to leave, but he was also curious as to why Tong Zhan would come to the Daoist sect's ruins at this time. As he pondered this, he decided to stay behind. Not long after the two sides faced off, a fierce battle broke out in the second cauldron, which attracted everyone's attention. Soon after, Mo Jiangxiao was beaten out of the cauldron. If you harass me again, I'll kill you without mercy. Mo Jiangxiao's entire body was thrown out of the cauldron and smashed into the ground. He stumbled back more than 10 steps and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was sinister. Tong Zhan, don't think that my bloodburn realm is easy to bully. Chapter 949. Tong Zhan laughed maniacally when he heard Mo Jiangxiao's words. How dare a loser who attacked the Outerverse be so arrogant? So many of your bloodburn realm's experts have died, including Ancestor Mo Jiang. What a pity, it would be great if Ancestor D died as well. Many people's expressions turned ugly when they heard this. At that moment, someone coincidentally entered the cauldron and leapt up. Tong Zhan, come out and die. Sti Luo. He's finally here. The person beside Lu Yin was excited. Di Luo? Lu Yin looked over and frowned. He had never seen this person during the Bloodburn Realm's invasion of the Outerverse. Either he had not participated in that battle or he had been attacking other rocky regions. This person should be on the same level as Autumn Frost Qing, but he was a cosmic imprinter while Autumn Frost Qing was a universe imprinter. There was a slight difference. Di Luo's appearance drew out Tong Zhan and Xiao Bai. The two stood atop the cauldron, one with an arrogant gaze while the other had no eyes. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked at the person beside Tong Zhan. This person really had no eyes, not that he was blind but rather that he did not even have eyes. The sides of his nose were completely flat. What the hell was this? Right, that person had mentioned the Eyeless clan and according to the literal meaning they were indeed eyeless. Could this be a bloodline? Tong Zhan, how dare you insult Ancestor D? Die. Di Luo transformed into a pair of bird wings that shot towards Tong Zhan. Ancestor D's projection appeared behind him and a boundless might descended. It swept across the crowd, causing them to feel an immense pressure. Tong Zhan was cold and arrogant, and the Tong family's ancestor behind him leapt up and fearlessly faced Di Luo. A huge battle immediately erupted between the two. Both were descendants of cosmic imprinters and they enjoyed similar resources. However, one was an expert from the Blood Progenitor realm, while the other was an expert from the Progenitor of Martial realm. Both sides had different battle styles, but their strength was similar. The Blood Progenitor realm had bloodlines while the Progenitor of Martial realm had martial seals. The battle between the two left everyone dumbfounded. Aside from the Riemlings, no one else could suppress these two. On the cauldron, Xiaobai had no eyes, but he was facing the direction of Tong Zhan and Di Luo's battle. On the other side, Emo Jiangxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly charged towards the second cauldron. Xiaobai's brows furrowed slightly. She shifted her body sideways and stood in front of Emo Jiangxiao. Retreat. Emo Jiangxiao roared in anger. Behind him was an imprint of an elder. Old ancestor Emo Jiang had died, so Emo Jiangxiao searched for an imprint of an expert. However, it wasn't a world imprint, it was merely an imprint. Emo Jiangxiao's spear swept out. Get out of the way. Xiaobai Silkworm raised his hand and easily grabbed the spear. He exerted force with his palm, and the spear's body cracked before exploding. Xiaobai Silkworm crushed the spear's fragments with a single palm and struck Emo Jiangxiao's abdomen, sending him flying again. In the distance, Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This person's strength was so strong that it far surpassed Autumn Frost Qing's. They were not even on the same level. In Lu Yin's opinion, that attack just now had surpassed even Tong Zhan and Di Luo's, and it was already very close to the level of a realmling. Xiaobai, a master of the Eyeless clan? He needed to know more about the Eyeless clan. Tong Zhan and Di Luo fought for more than an hour but still couldn't come to a conclusion. Both of them were exhausted and were still glaring at each other. The little white silkworm jumped down and stood beside Tong Zhan. Di Luo's eyes narrowed. 2 against 1. Come, let me see how powerful the legendary Eyeless clan's master Xiaobai Silkworm is. Xiaobai Silkworm faced Di Luo. I've heard that there's an expert from the fifth mainland in the Outerverse known as Master Yuan who once fought with Ancestor Di to a standstill. Is that true? Di Luo frowned. Why are you asking? Xiaobai Silkworm replied, my Eyeless clan is about to join forces with the Tong family to open a path to the fifth mainland's astral river and attack the Outerverse. I want to know more. In the distance, Lu Yin was shocked when he heard this and his pupils shrank. How was this possible? The Innerverse was suppressed by the celestial phenomenon, and even a cosmic imprinter could not display a power level of more than 200,000. It was impossible for such a power level to open a path to the astral river. Di Luo was shocked. There are indeed such rumors in the outside world. Are you really going to join forces to attack the fifth mainland's Outerverse? Tong Zhan sneered. We can do what your Bloodburn realm can't. Di Luo clenched his fists. You've already attacked the fifth mainland's Innerverse and now you want to annex the Outerverse? Your appetite is too big. The Blood Homage realm and Stone realm attacked the fifth mainland's Astral Beast domain, while the War Martial realm, Grand Martial realm and Black Blood realm attacked the fifth mainland's Innerverse. My Bloodburn realm attacked the fifth mainland's Outerverse before. Don't forget that the Eastern realm, Brahmin realm and Martial Immortal realm did not make a move. You don't have to worry about that. You haven't answered my question, Xiaobai Silkworm said apathetically. Di Luo arrogantly retorted, why should I answer? Xiaobai Silkworm frowned. To the side, Tong Zhan was about to attack, but Xiaobai Silkworm pressed down on his shoulder and took a step forward. His body suddenly vanished and then reappeared in front of Di Luo. Di Luo shouted, good. Feathers spread out from his body. His bloodline was that of a migratory bird, and his Di ancestral imprint appeared behind him. He reached out with both hands to grab Xiaobai Silkworm. Xiaobai Silkworm could not easily crush Di Luo like he had against Emo Jiangxiao. Otherwise he would have become a realmling. However, defeating Di Luo would not take long. After all, Di Luo had just fought with Tong Zhan, and his strength had not recovered yet. He could only barely parry Xiaobai Silkworm's attacks. Emo Jiangxiao lay in the distance, unwilling to give up. Even further away, the two opposing sides suddenly attacked, and a great battle began within the 9 cauldrons space. Lu Yin dodged the attack and then charged towards Tong Zhan. Tong Zhan was resting when he saw Xiaobai Silkworm suppressing Di Luo. With his strength, he had thought that no one would dare to provoke him, but when he saw Lu Yin, his eyes trembled. How bold! He had actually dared to attack him. Tong Zhan raised a hand, and his martial seal enlarged several times before pressing down on Lu Yin. With his strength, even Emo Jiangxiao would have to dodge this martial seal suppression, but Lu Yin had actually disappeared. His speed was so fast that Tang Zhan did not even have time to react. Tang Zhan was shocked. This was an expert. Before he could even react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Lu Yin had appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach, almost knocking out his organs. Tang Zhan tried to resist, but in front of Lu Yin's freakish body, which was strong enough to fight against Lan Si, Tang Zhan's resistance was as weak as that of an infant's. Lu Yin's strength was slightly higher than Autumn Frost Qing's. Back when the Bloodburn realm had invaded the Outerverse, Lu Yin's strength had been enough to defeat Autumn Frost Qing. Now not only had he broken through to the Cruiser realm, but his strength had also greatly increased. He had also grasped the overlaying stacks path, the true scripture of Yin evolution and so on. Although Lu Yin was not confident that he could fight against the 10 arbiters, he could easily suppress someone at Tang Zhan's level. In the ruins of the Dao Source sect, Tang Zhan had never experienced such a feeling before. Aside from the Riemlings and the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, he could not think of anyone else who could easily suppress him. He had long since avoided those people and it was impossible for him to fight them. Who was this person? The 10 arbiters? Although Tang Zhan knew of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, he had never seen all of them before. Lu Yin grabbed Tang Zhan and rushed out of the 9 cauldrons space. Xiao Bai Silkworm and Di Luo were still fighting, and the others were also fighting to the death. Only Mo Jiangshao had seen Lu Yin grab Tang Zhan, and he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could Tang Zhan be captured so easily? Lu Yin grabbed Tang Zhan and left the 9 cauldrons space, heading towards an unknown location. Tang Zhan was dragged along by Lu Yin, and there were cultivators along the way who saw them. Lu Yin casually knocked them out, but he had disguised himself before attacking, so no one would recognize him. After all, he was the one who had killed Tong Tong, and if he hadn't disguised himself, Tang Zhan would have recognized him long ago. After running for a short while, they arrived at the foot of an unfamiliar mountain. Lu Yin viciously slammed Tang Zhan into the ground, and Tang Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. I captured you because I wanted to know one thing. How are the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless planning to connect to the astral river under the suppression of the celestial phenomenon? When are they planning to do so and where are they planning to do so? Lu Yin asked. Tang Zhan stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin stomped down and broke Tang Zhan's arm. I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. Tang Zhan gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. You're one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, aren't you? Lu Yin was astonished. You're quite stubborn. Tang Zhan sneered. I was able to cultivate to my current level not only because of my family's resources, but also because of my willpower. A piece of trash without willpower is not worthy of inheriting a family. If you want to force information out of me, don't say that I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Just give up. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on as people like Tang Zhan were the most troublesome. It was impossible to rely solely on one's family's resources to cultivate. A large family like the Tong family would definitely have many successors, and this person had not only relied on his status to become the heir. Sometimes, the struggles of a successor were even more brutal than the battles in the outside world. Tang Zhan had willpower and determination, and he was not afraid of death. It wasn't easy for you to become the Tong family's heir, and you might even be able to inherit the Tong family's ancestors' position in the future and become one of the Dao Source sect's 10 elders. Do you not value your own life? Lu Yin still wanted to persuade Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan raised his head. If I lower my head at this moment, I will never be able to reach the ancestors' position in the future. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Just because you don't say anything doesn't mean that the rest of the Tong family won't. Tang Zhan sneered. Even I don't know, let alone the others. Let's make a deal. You tell me and I'll let you go. How about it? Tang Zhan looked at Lu Yin mockingly. Even if I tell you now, will you really believe me? Lu Yin was stumped. Tang Zhan was right, as he had no way of verifying whether or not Tang Zhan was telling the truth. When he saw Tang Zhan's fearless expression, Lu Yin grew angry and immediately attacked. He did not kill Tang Zhan as he did not like killing people who could not resist. Instead, he crippled Tang Zhan so that he could no longer cultivate. Tang Zhan was quite stubborn and he did not even beg for mercy. Even Lu Yin admired him. I hope that your time is up before your enemies discover you. Otherwise don't blame me if you die. He then turned to leave. Wait, who are you? Tong Zhan shouted, his eyes filled with hatred. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Take a guess. He then left. He was not stupid, and although Tong Zhan had lost his ability to fight, no one knew what would happen in the future. Lu Yin did not want to leave behind any trouble for himself, and it would be easy to find out if he made up a random name. Besides, he was the one who had killed Tong Tong. If the Tong family found out that he was the one who had crippled Tong Zhan, he would definitely become the Tong family's mortal enemy. Tong Zhan clenched his teeth so hard that they started bleeding. I swear that I will find you and kill you. Chapter 950. The battle within the Nine Cauldrons space quickly ended. Di Luo had been severely injured by Xiao Bai, but he discovered that Tong Zhan had disappeared. He searched everywhere and finally found Tong Zhan. When he saw Tong Zhan's miserable state, Xiao Bai coldly asked, "Who did this?" In the distance, the Tong family's cultivators were furious. I don't know, but it should be one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters. He wants to know when and where the two ancestors tore through the astral river, but I didn't tell him. Xiao Bai coldly replied, "It doesn't matter if you tell him. The outer verse can't stop them and they only have one Master Yuan. It's useless." Tong Zhan snapped, "I'll definitely find him and take revenge." Xiao Bai placed a hand on Tong Zhan's body and muttered to himself, "There are traces of the overlaying stacks path. Although this person did not use it, they were unable to completely cover up the traces. This person should be proficient in the overlaying stacks path." Tong Zhan's eyes went wide. Overlaying stacks path? One of the 10 arbiters? I know who it is. It's Lan Si. You were in the Starfall Sea, so you didn't know Lan Si? He changed his appearance. He's probably worried that the Dao Source 3 skies will appear. Has to be him. Aside from Lan Si, no one else can suppress me that easily. Tong Zhan was furious. Xiao Bai did not say anything else. Whether or not it was Lan Si, they were still enemies, so there was no point in asking. Elsewhere, Lu Yin once again found someone to lead him to the initiation platform. Aside from the Nine Cauldrons space, this was the only place in the Daoist sect's ruins that had attracted him. He was looking forward to meeting Xan Nu again this time. He quite liked interacting with Xan Nu. This girl did not speak much, but she gave him a very comfortable feeling. It was different from the feeling Ming Yan gave him. The feeling Xan Nu gave him was more like caring and giving. It was very strange, but he could understand this feeling. However, Xan Nu did not appear this time, and Lu Yin relied on his increased strength to break through the white mist and ascend to the initiation platform. Every time he broke through the white mist, he was worried that there would already be someone on the initiation platform. Only Realmlings could break through the white mist and ascend to the initiation platform, and it would be troublesome if he ran into one. Fortunately, his luck was pretty good. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths and then began reciting the Stonewall scriptures. There were still 20 days and he could only leave when the time limit, so there was no point in thinking about anything else. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a secret room within King Zishan's palace. During this trip to the beginning unlock platform, he had absorbed 2 strands of gray mist, and his lock-breaking ability had improved by quite a bit. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach Boundless Advanced. After leaving the secret room, Lu Yin immediately contacted Elder Big Drum and requested an audience with Master Yuan. Elder Big Drum had purposely said a few words, implying that Lu Yin should try his best not to start a war. However, he had not mentioned anything about restraining himself. This gave Lu Yin some confidence that the Hall of Honor did not care about his desire to unify the Outerverse, and they might even support him. Elder, this junior's request to see Master Yuan has nothing to do with the unification of the Outerverse, Lu Yin said. Master Yuan sure had a gadget, but he basically didn't use it. Sometimes he couldn't even send out a signal, so Lu Yin couldn't contact him and could only contact Elder Big Drum. Elder Big Drum nodded and immediately headed towards Master Yuan's location. He was one of the few people who knew that Lu Yin could enter the Daoist sect's ruins, and he knew that Lu Yin might have some important matters to discuss. Soon Master Yuan's image appeared on the screen. Lu Yin's expression changed. He then told Master Yuan about the conversation that happened in the space of the Nine Cauldrons. Master Yuan's gaze turned cold. If 2 cosmic imprinters were to use their full strength, then they would indeed be able to tear apart the astral river. As for the suppression of astronomical phenomena, the astral river is not part of that suppression. Are you saying that they can directly enter the astral river? Lu Yin was astonished. Master Yuan did not answer as this was the only possibility. Lu Yin thought about it and realized that Master Yuan was right. Just because the astral river's energy had increased dramatically did not mean that it could not be traversed. The innerverse tributaries had increased dramatically in energy, and they had separated the various major flow zones, which had also been torn apart. With the cosmic imprinter's strength, they could definitely enter the depths of the astral river and tear it apart. Do you know the exact location? Master Yuan asked. Lu Yin shook his head. I didn't manage to find out. However, I didn't kill Tong Zhan because I wanted him to inform the Tong family's ancestor that our outerverse is aware of this matter. To the 6th mainland, they would rather destroy all of the outerverse resistance forces in one fell swoop than create a situation where resistance forces are everywhere like the innerverse, as that wouldn't be beneficial to them. Their goal is to seize resources and destroy cultures, and our existence is an obstacle. Since both sides know about this matter, I believe that they will choose a place that both sides know about to attack. For example, the astral graveyard. Master Yuan looked up and muttered to himself, there is no war at the borders of the technocracy, but a war has broken out in the astral river. How long will this war last? Lu Yin could not answer as there was only one answer, but it was too cruel. To the 6th mainland, destroying all of the 5th mainland's resistance forces would mean the end of the war. They had not done anything to the commoners, and the two sides simply had different standpoints, not different races. Once these resistance forces were destroyed, the innerverse and outerverse would return to peace, and the innerverse would become a resource field for the 6th mainland. They would forever be suppressed by the 6th mainland, and the innerverse might change again just like before the Sea King had broken through the 3 upper gates. It was impossible to defeat the 6th mainland in their current situation. So Lu Yin's only hope was the Neoverse that he had never heard of before. The Yu family's elders had mentioned that the 5th mainland was not as simple as it seemed, and this not simple most likely referred to the Neoverse. Pass down my orders. Gather all of the outerverse living forces and station them at the astral cemetery. Prepare for the upcoming war, Master Yuan ordered. Regardless of whether Lu Yin's information was true or not, Master Yuan still needed to be prepared. Furthermore, he believed that Lu Yin would not have the guts to lie to him. Now, Master Yuan could only hope that the 2 cosmic imprinter families would not attack the outerverse because of other matters. Otherwise, Master Yuan really did not have the confidence to face off against the 2 cosmic imprinters. Master Yuan's orders represented the Hall of Honor's orders, and the outerverse was once again being forcefully conscripted. Regardless of whether it was powerful cultivators or spaceships, all of the weapons with offensive power were to gather at the astral cemetery. 4 of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial Squadrons captains had gone, and the leaders of the Great Eastern Alliance's various powers, such as Meng Tianlong and Mu Nikhang, had all gone. Not a single enlighter was able to escape, and anyone who had shown their faces had been forcefully conscripted. For example, Endless Borders Windflower Team, Stone Team, Aegis Black Masked Assassin, the Childlike Assassin, and so on. Similarly, the Sea King's Dome, the Elders, and the others had also been forcefully conscripted. Even Level Mountain Dojo's Elder Iron Lon Si, and the others had been forcefully conscripted as well. They were all required to gather at the Astral Cemetery. The entire Great Eastern Alliance's Express Response Force had been forcefully conscripted as well. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had expanded to cover half of the outerverse, the Express Response Force's numbers had increased exponentially. For the time being, there were 12 hunters and 40 cruisers. However, there were now 800 explorers, and this force, in addition to Lu Yin and the enlighter called Yi Gui, was enough to rival the group from Level Mountain Dojo. Furthermore, this was just the Great Eastern Alliance's Rapid Response Force. The Great Eastern Alliance had 6 hunters, more than 500,000 sentinels, and 9 million ordinary seekers. They also had 1,500 warships, which was a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Fortunately, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied army had not been forcefully conscripted, as there had been an even more unlucky group, which had been the Central Weave's allied army. In order to resist the Great Eastern Alliance, the Central Weave's allied army had sent over 10,000 warships. Even though the Xianxia Weave, the Umbral Butterfly Tribe, Source Peak Weave and other regions had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, causing the Central Weave's allied army's strength to plummet, the Western Weave's allied army had been able to maintain this force, and it had even grown stronger. Now there were close to 12,000 warships and there were more than 25 hunters which had shaken the outerverse. This force had originally been used to intimidate Lu Yin so that he would not casually interfere. However, it had attracted the attention of the Hall of Honor, and the entire allied army had been forcefully conscripted. Many people from the Central Weave's allied army as well as those from the Western Weaves sought out Elder Big Drum, hoping to retain this force, but they were all firmly rejected. In Elder Big Drum's words, the outerverse had already been destroyed, so there was no point in keeping this force. However, in order to appease the Western Weaves, Elder Big Drum still issued a forceful conscription order for the Great Eastern Alliance's allied army to head to the astral graveyard. The people from the Great Eastern Alliance were helpless. Lu Yin did not mind. When he had first wanted to unify the outerverse, he had indeed wanted to join forces to resist foreign enemies. Regardless of whether it was the Sixth Mainland, the Astral Beast Domain or the Technocracy, they were all foreign enemies. Now they could join forces to resist the outerverse, which was in line with his original intentions. Compared to resisting foreign enemies, internal struggles were not that important. This was Lu Yin's bottom line. He did not know when the two cosmic imprinters from the Sixth Mainland would make their move, but the Hall of Honor forcefully conscripted the allied army to head to the astral graveyard as quickly as possible. The warships were not radiant grade auroras, so they could not travel that quickly. The outerverse allied army could not all ride on auroras either. Even though they had gathered as quickly as possible, it still took them more than a month to reach the astral graveyard, and this was even after they had used the military express route. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Lu Yin that the Western Weaves and the Central Weaves had been secretly constructing military express routes. Otherwise, it would have taken them twice as long to gather. The Great Eastern Alliance's allied army was the furthest away from the astral graveyard, but they had taken about the same amount of time to reach the astral graveyard. This was because the Great Eastern Alliance's military express route was more complete, and the Great Eastern Alliance had also borrowed the military express routes from the Central Weaves and the Western Weaves under the Hall of Honor's orders. This had caused the various major powers in the Central Weaves and the Western Weaves to be wary of each other. Doing so would be tantamount to exposing their military plans. However, they could not refuse, and they could only decide to tear down the original military express route and rebuild it once the threat had been dealt with. This was equivalent to spending too much money. Someone suggested that they ask Lu Yin for reimbursement, but this suggestion was laughable, and it was immediately rejected by the rest. Lu Yin had finally witnessed how powerful the outerverse combined forces were. He looked at the warships that filled the starry sky, countless space-exploring powerhouses and all sorts of weapons. A single volley of attacks was enough to cover the entire region of space that could be seen with the naked eye, and it was enough to shatter an entire region of space. Although the attack power was not very strong, this kind of might was still acceptable. Chapter 951. These were just ordinary attacks. The Temple of Tai Mo, the Dark Phoenix Clan, Wan Qianqing, and the Hall of Honor all had their own methods. With the addition of the Sea King's Dome's elders and the others, the outerverse strength did not seem weak. Lu Yin had arrived at the astral graveyard half a month ago, and he was under a lot of pressure. Everyone else had only guessed that they would be attacked, and Master Yuan was the same. Only Lu Yin was certain that war would come. The Tong family had attacked the Starfall Sea, and now that the Starfall Sea was under their control, they no longer had a target to attack. It was normal for them to shift their target to the outerverse, as there was no room for them to meddle in other places in the innerverse. As for the Eyeless clan, he was not sure. Perhaps they were in a similar situation as the Tong clan, or perhaps they were invited by the Tong clan's patriarch. No matter what, the Tong family would definitely attack the outerverse. Otherwise, Madame Red would not have allowed Mr. E and Mr. First to cross the Astral River. This subconscious order was enough to confirm that they had the qualifications to attack the outerverse. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know how the two misters were doing and he missed Mr. E. There was a saying that went, "Whatever you think of comes to you." Just as Lu Yin thought of Mr. E, Mr. Yi's rune lines appeared. Lu Yin stared blankly at Mr. E, who was standing proudly in the distance. He blinked, raised a hand and contacted Elder Big Drum. "Elder, did Mr. E surrender?" Lu Yin asked. Elder Big Drum replied, "Not really. He can use his strength to resist, but he won't take the initiative to attack the Sixth Mainland's people." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and closed the call before flying towards Mr. E. He wanted to understand Mr. Yi's feelings as this person gave him a special feeling. This was the person who had led Lu Yin to the peak of his life. This was an imprinter with a power level of over 600,000. If Master Yuan didn't appear, no one would be able to compete with him, but Lu Yin had forced him to retreat several times. No one would believe him if he told them about it. Lu Yin missed that feeling of being invincible and his hands itched at the thought of it. He had the urge to take out the stench. Mr. E had noticed Lu Yin a long time ago, but he pretended that he hadn't seen him. "Mr. E." Lu Yin called out tentatively. Mr. E looked at him coldly and snorted before looking elsewhere. Lu Yin leaned over. "Long time no see. How are you doing, sir?" Mr. E frowned and glared at Lu Yin. "Get lost." "Mr. E, I'd like to ask you something. Before you rushed into the Astral River, what happened to the Sea King?" Mr. E sneered. "Dead." Lu Yin was stunned. "Dead? Can't be that fast." Mr. E looked away and did not reply. Instead, a terrifying aura emanated from his body and sent Lu Yin flying. Against a powerhouse whose power level was close to 700,000, Lu Yin did not even have the chance to resist before he was thrown far away. Fortunately, Mr. E was wary of Master Yuan and did not do anything to Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would have been instantly killed even if he had put on his universal armor. Lu Yin was furious and wanted to take out the stinky object, but after some thought he decided against it. In the Innerverse, Lu Yin had only been able to use the stench to deal with Mr. E because both of their power levels were below 200,000. Lu Yin could use his secret technique to endlessly disgust Mr. E. But now that Mr. E was no longer suppressed, the stench could not even get close to him. Just as he was about to take a tour of the Central Weave's allied forces since they were now allies, his gadget suddenly beeped. It was Elder Big Drum. Lu Yin accepted the call and Elder Big Drum's voice came through. "Alliance Master Lu, may I ask if you still have any of the poison from back then?" Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "I do. How much does Elder need?" "How much do you have?" Elder Big Drum asked. This was a very generous request and Lu Yin calculated his own wealth. Elder Wu's poison had cost 600,000 star essence to upgrade each bottle, and he only had enough to upgrade 4 bottles at most. "I still have 4 bottles left." Elder Big Drum replied, "I'll buy all of them." There were not many poisons that could threaten powerhouses with power levels above 300,000. At least there were very few in the Outerverse and they could be used to strike fear into the enemy. Elder Big Drum was willing to pay any price for anything that could increase one's power level. Lu Yin was excited and he agreed on a delivery date. After some calculations, he realized that this transaction had increased his net worth to over 4 million star essence. He was too rich. Not long after Elder Big Drum contacted him, Gong Ling from the Temple of Taiyamo also contacted him to ask about the arrows. Back then, the mainland's auction house had auctioned off Lu Yin's upgraded arrows, which had greatly attracted the Temple of Taiyamo. Now that they were about to face a war, Gong Ling wanted to increase the temple's strength as well. It was said that the Temple of Taiyamo's Arrow Mountain was almost empty. The cruelty of the border war had shaken the Temple of Taiyamo, and any disciple who could afford it would head to the mountain to pick some arrows to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. Lu Yin really wanted to do business with the Temple of Taiyamo, but this was not the right time to do so. It would be too easy for others to see through him, so he could only helplessly decline. The Outerverse's power was concentrated here, and it was only natural that there would be conflicts. There were too many internal and external conflicts in the various weaves, and fights broke out on a daily basis. The Hall of Honor sent many people to deal with them, and they barely managed to stabilize the army. Mobilizing an army consumed a lot of resources, especially when these resources had to be shouldered separately. This was a bit too much for many organizations, and there were people asking Elder Big Drum every day about when the war would begin and who had provided the information. Elder Big Drum did not dare to answer as he definitely did not want the war to break out. As for who had provided the information, if he told others that it was Lu Yin and the war did not break out, then it would definitely incite public anger. Lu Yin was not afraid and he was eager to find an excuse to attack the West. However, Elder Big Drum did not want to become the fuse that ignited the war. Elder Big Drum was currently in seclusion, and he used Master Yuan as an excuse for many things, so no one dared to say anything. Countless people from the outerverse were gathered in the astral graveyard, and it would become very troublesome over time. There were conflicts and conflicts, but there were also some eccentrics. For example, Zhou Xian had steeled her heart to let loose, and she no longer cared about what others thought of her. She had always dressed as a woman and chased after Xianxia. This had caused many people to think that women could be brought into the army, which had caused many incidents. Xianxia herself was not a good person, and she spent her days flirting with her maids. Elder Big Drum had forcefully ordered Xianxia to stay in Myriad City before the war began, and only then had the two eccentrics been dealt with. Wei Rong had also been conscripted. His suggestion for the border war in the Endless Weaves had been accepted, and his battle achievements had ranked very high, which had attracted Elder Big Drum's attention. Furthermore, Lu Yin's war with armament weave had allowed Elder Big Drum to gain some understanding of Wei Rong. This time, Elder Big Drum had allowed Wei Rong to come to the astral graveyard, and he had even given Wei Rong special privileges. However, Wei Rong's attitude was very proper, and he only reported everything to Lu Yin. Angie had come to look for Wei Rong once, but no one knew what the two had discussed. All Lu Yin knew was that Angie's expression was very ugly when she left. More and more spacecraft were gathered in the astral graveyard. Lu Yin stared at the astral river every day, and no one knew whether he hoped that the other side would attack or not. He had specially visited the Central Weave's allied army, and he had attracted the attention of the entire army. The Central Weave's allied army had been formed because of him, and he was the enemy of the entire army. However, no one dared to obstruct him. Elsewhere, Wei Rong had been blocked by Elder Iron. Back then, Lu Yin had plotted to have the people from the Great Mountain Dojo cause trouble for Wei Rong in order to subdue him. However, because of Wang Wen, his plan had not been carried out to the end, and he had not been able to completely resolve the conflict between Wei Rong and the Great Mountain Dojo. Now that they had finally met with Wei Rong, Elder Iron and the rest would not let him off. Ever since Wei Rong had submitted to the Great Yu Empire, he had remained on Xenu Star, and Elder Iron had not dared to cause trouble for him. Now he could finally resolve this matter. Wei Rong calmly looked at Elder Iron and his group. "You guys are really persistent." Elder Iron's gaze turned cold. "I'll give Lu Yin some face. Come with me to meet the young master. Kowtow and apologize, and this matter will be considered over." Before Wei Rong could say anything, Aiden and Kai Jianxiang stepped forward to face Elder Iron. The two of them, along with Hu Qingshan and the blind monk, were the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons who had been forcibly recruited. Hunters also stepped forward from behind Elder Iron. In terms of the number of hunters, unless the Great Eastern Alliance's Special Response Force was called over, they would not be able to compare to the Great Mountain Dojo. However, the people from the Great Mountain Dojo were from the Innerverse, and they had an indescribable arrogance towards the Outerverse. Elder Iron coldly looked at Aiden and Kai Jianxiang. "Do you want to become enemies with my Great Mountain Dojo? What arrogance! This is the Outerverse, not the Starfall Sea," Kai Jianxiang coldly replied. Elder Iron's eyes narrowed. "Since that's the case, don't say that I didn't give Lu Yin any face. Capture them and take them away." At this moment, Gong Cho from the Temple of Tai Mo's group passed by, and they immediately stepped forward to stand beside Aiden and the others. Gong Cho was not particularly close to the Great Yu Empire, as they were now part of the Great Eastern Alliance. If they did nothing while their own people were being bullied, they would be the ones losing face. Soon after, many experts from the Great Eastern Alliance arrived to confront Elder Iron and the others. Just as Elder Iron was about to personally take action, a cold, murderous intent locked onto him from the black-masked assassin. At the same time, the old woman who was worshipped by the Nalan family also walked out. Mr. E from Amethyst Trading Company and Captain Feng Hua from Endless Borders also appeared. The astral cemetery was not large, and as in Lighters, it was easy for them to find out what had happened here. Elder Iron's scalp went numb. He did not care about one or two Enlighters, but he could not ignore the presence of so many powerhouses. Furthermore, there were even powerhouses with power levels above 300,000, and all of them were helping Wei Rong. Elder Big Drum also arrived. Too many experts had been drawn out and he had to show his face. What's going on? Elder Big Drum's expression turned ugly. Wei Rong bowed respectfully. It's just a small misunderstanding. I apologize for troubling Elder Big Drum. Elder Big Drum looked at Elder Iron. Is there anything else? Before Elder Iron could speak, Lu Yin arrived. He glanced around and nodded at the black-masked assassin Mr. E and the others. He then looked at Elder Iron. You're still harping on what happened back then. Elder Iron frowned. Alliance Master Lu, this matter concerns Young Master's reputation. Young Master is one of the 10 arbiters, and a mere Outerverse explorer dared to use one of the 10 arbiters. If it were you, you wouldn't let him off so easily either. What if I say that it's fake? Lu Yin arrogantly retorted. Chapter 952. Elder Iron and the rest were confused. What's fake? Just as Lu Yin was about to explain, Wei Rong stepped forward. I did not consider this matter thoroughly, and I hope that Elder Iron can apologize to the 10 arbiters on my behalf. Lu Yin looked at Wei Rong. Wei Rong shook his head. Lu Yin looked away as he did not care whether or not he had offended Lan Si. Even though they had only interacted a few times, he could tell that Lan Si was not a narrow-minded person. That kind of person would not be able to become one of the 10 arbiters. A person's breadth of mind determined their height. Although Lan Si had reached his current height due to his cultivation and background, it was even more due to his own boldness. Without enough boldness, no matter how talented one was, they would not be able to cultivate to this level. However, Wei Rong had his own way of thinking and Lu Yin respected him, so he did not say anything else. With Lu Yin and many other experts present, and Wei Rong still being willing to apologize, Elder Iron's expression softened and he nodded. All right, I've received your apology. Let's go. Wei Rong smiled. Many thanks. After Elder Iron and the rest left, the black-masked assassin and the rest also left. Elder Big Drum glanced at Lu Yin. This person's influence in the Outerverse was too great. His subordinates had been in danger and many experts had been drawn out. He had truly underestimated this person. Your Highness, there's no need to make enemies for no reason. You can ignore what Lan Si thinks, but you can't ignore what the other 10 arbiters think, Wei Rong said. Lu Yin nodded. You did the right thing. We don't know when the Innerverse and Outerverse will reconnect, but once that happens the 10 arbiters will definitely descend into chaos. Actually, Lan Si isn't a bad person. At least he knows how to repay kindness and he clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. There's no need to make an enemy out of him. Another month quickly passed and more than 5 years had passed since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. During these 5 years, the Innerverse had undergone great changes, and the Outerverse had also undergone great changes. Back then, a junior who had only made a name for himself amongst the younger generation had now become an important figure who could determine the structure of the Outerverse. If Lu Yin wanted to truly subdue the various weaves, then forget 5 years, even 500 years would not be enough. However, Lu Yin's move to form an alliance was the right one. In Iron Blood Weave, Wang Wen was beginning to make his next move. If he succeeded, then it would only be a matter of time before Lu Yin unified the entire Outerverse. As time passed, the conflict in the Starry Sky graveyard grew bigger and bigger. Many people could no longer hold themselves back and wanted to leave. Staying here for one more day would consume an astronomical amount of resources. One had to know that the people gathered here were all cultivators. Other than the necessary military expenses, cultivation resources were also indispensable. All of these added together were enough to drag down the major forces. Under such circumstances, a change occurred in the Milky Way. The astral river that bordered the astral graveyard began to boil, and the energy that separated the Innerverse and Outerverse was torn apart by a terrifying force. Mr. E moved and easily pushed the strange fish away. However, the moment he came into contact with the strange fish, the clothes on his arms were shredded. Two irresistible forces entered his body through the strange fish and tore his body into pieces. Master Yuan took a step forward and waved his hand, throwing the strange fish into the distance. Everyone was dumbfounded. An elite with a combat power of over 600,000 died just like that? Lu Yin was stunned. The strange fish's body was filled with two terrifying rune lines mixed together. That was because of the power of the cosmic imprinter. Mr. Yi's combat power was only around 600,000. If he tried to take on the power of the cosmic imprinter, of course he would be torn to pieces. It was a pity that such a powerhouse had died. Mr. Yi's death was just the beginning. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the Milky Way that had been torn apart. The two mighty forces formed a shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye. Master Yuan shouted and raised a hand to tear the shockwave apart. Two figures walked out from the Milky Way with unparalleled might, just like the D ancestor. They were the two cosmic imprinters, the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless. Behind them were countless experts from the Tong family and the Eyeless clan. There were 3 cosmic imprinters among them, and they all charged towards the outer verse. This was an unparalleled power, and just the aura that they emitted caused the heavens to tremble. Without wasting any time, Master Yuan charged towards the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless. Behind him, the countless outerverse cultivators experienced a brief moment of shock. Then a group of experts roared, dispelling their fear and boosting their confidence as they charged towards the Milky Way. This battle might be even more tragic than the border war from before. Just as the people from the 6th mainland thought that the two sides would clash, Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan acted at the same time. They activated the secret art and moved the pyrolite to the side of the Milky Way. Master Yuan was the only cosmic imprinter in the outerverse, so he would always be monitored by the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless. His every move would be magnified countless times, making it impossible for him to succeed in a sneak attack. However, Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan were different. They were merely cruisers, so no one paid any attention to them. More importantly, they had used a secret technique that did not cause too much of a disturbance. This pyrolite ore had been mined recently and had not been used up yet. There were about 100 grams in total, and this was all of the pyrolite ore that had been mined so far. Even the 8 grams of pyrolite that Lu Yin had stashed away had been included in the explosion. The Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless had not expected to come across such a strange ore-like pyrolite. Just as they were about to move to block the explosion, Master Yuan acted and attacked both of them at the same time, forcefully restraining them for a second. It was during that second that the pyrolite ore exploded, and an explosion with a power level of 1,000,000 swept across both sides of the Milky Way. Although the explosion had occurred far away from the outerverse people, it had still been within range. After all, it had a power level of 1,000,000. Fortunately, the Hall of Honor had been prepared and had used all of their defensive measures. Master Yuan had even tossed his own power vessel over to block the explosion's power. The 6th mainland situation was not bad either. 3 imprinters had acted at the same time, and although they could not completely block the explosion with a power level of 1,000,000, they had still managed to block most of it. The rest had been blocked by the Enlighters with power levels of 300,000 to 400,000. The explosion with a power level of 1,000,000 was only nominal, but as long as they were prepared, it would not cause too much damage. If the blood-colored bell had still been present, then combined with the pyrolite explosion, the 3 imprinters would have been killed in one go. However, the pyrolite explosion had not been their true goal. They had only detonated the pyrolite ore to provide cover for the Hall of Taimo. Following the aftermath of the pyrolite explosion, the Hall of Taimo fired countless arrows towards the Astral River and towards the 6th mainland's group. Elder He, Astral Nine's headmaster, and Myriad City's 3 waves of attacks that surpassed the Envoy's power level shot towards the 3 imprinters, forcing them to be unable to block the arrows. However, the 3 imprinters did not plan on blocking the attacks, as the power of these arrows was not enough to threaten them. Among the 6th mainland's group, more than 10 Enlighters acted and easily blocked the arrows. However, they had underestimated the power of this wave of arrows. The pyrolite ore had been used to provide cover for the arrows, as these arrows carried poison. Elder Big Drum had not only purchased poison from Lu Yin, But the Hall of Honor had also gathered the most potent poisons in the entire Outerverse. Along with the Hall of Taimo's arrows, an endless amount of poisonous gas spread out. Countless faces from the Sixth Mainland changed. Despicable. Despicable Fifth Mainland. Despicable natives. Within the crowd, Xiaobai immediately swallowed a pill and retreated. This poisonous gas contained a poison that could even kill an enlighter, and it was very terrifying. Elder Yuan from the Tong family shouted and tried to divert the poisonous gas away, but he felt a murderous intent descend upon him. It was the black-masked assassin. At the same time, the powerhouses that had not been affected by the poisonous gas were attacked by the Outerverse powerhouses. Yumu, Astral Nine's Star Master, the old woman from the Nalan family, Yumavis, and other powerhouses all attacked. At the Astral River's border, the most intense battle in history occurred in the Astral Graveyard. Above, there was a battle between Master Yuan and two cosmic imprinters, and below there was a battle between the envoys and the imprinters. After that, there was a battle between the Fifth Mainland's allied forces and the Sixth Mainland's two great families. The entire region of space was instantly torn apart. The attack that the Outerverse had been preparing for so long had caused great damage to the Sixth Mainland's two great families. Countless people had died from the poisonous gas, including several enlighters. However, it did not matter to the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Ilis. When they had found out that Tong Zhan had been forced by the Fifth Mainland's experts to reveal the location of the tear in the Astral River, they had known that there would be an ambush. However, they had not chosen any other location and had instead chosen to tear the Astral River here. Their goal was to capture all of the Fifth Mainland's Outerverse experts in one fell swoop. If they did not take care of the resistance forces, how could they truly rule the Outerverse? When the three filaments had attacked the Innerverse, they had not been able to immediately take care of the resistance forces, which had led to a stalemate in the Innerverse. They did not want the same thing to happen in the Outerverse. They would rather be ambushed and make some sacrifices in order to capture all of the Outerverse experts and get rid of them. This was especially true of the only cosmic imprinter who had to be killed. With the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Ilis' strength, any one of them could match Master Yuan, and the other could easily wipe out everyone in the Outerverse. However, they did not do so as they were afraid that Master Yuan would escape. If he did, then it would be a disaster for the two great families. A single cosmic imprinter who did not care about his own life was enough to overwhelm the two great families, and he could kill countless people with a wave of his hand. They would rather work together to eliminate this person and prevent future troubles. As for the remaining natives of the Fifth Mainland, there was no rush. As long as they could eliminate this person, the rest of them would be nothing more than ants. The battlefield between Master Yuan and the two cosmic imprinters was in a place that no one could see. Perhaps this was the true universe that Master Yuan had mentioned before. Lu Yin was not in the mood to think about this at the moment. He put on his universal armor and focused his attention on one of the Ilis clan's enlighters whose power level exceeded 300,000. That person had originally wanted to ignore Lu Yin as he was just a mere cruiser. However, when Lu Yin had reflected one of his attacks, the enlighter knew that this kid was definitely not ordinary. If a cruiser could use an external object that could directly resist his power level, then this kid definitely had an extremely high status in the Outerverse. The enlighter decided to capture Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw that the enlighter was planning to kill his way towards the Great Eastern Alliance's rapid response team, and he was worried that the enlighter would be slaughtered. That was why Lu Yin had taken the initiative to tangle with the enlighter, who had a power level of 300,000. Lu Yin could not defeat this enlighter with a power level of 300,000, but the enlighter could not harm Lu Yin either. The two continued to tangle with each other. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 953. In the distance, Xiaobai had locked onto Lan Si. Xiaobai recognized Lan Si, and the two of them fought while the others avoided them. Xiaobai had a special status, and even imprinters did not want to get in his way. However, he was still a realm lower than the 10 arbiters, and he was quickly injured by Lan Si. Still, no one paid any attention to him. The Ilis clan's experts respected Xiaobai, but they also seemed to not care about his life or death. Lan Si could not understand, and his attacks became even fiercer. Behind them, more than 10,000 warships lined up in a row fired a volley of attacks. The beams covered half of the battlefield and shot towards the rear of the Sixth Mainland, where the experts from the two great families were gathered. There were not many cultivators from the two families who had come to attack. The ones at the front were space-exploring powerhouses, while the ones at the rear were in strange flying objects that resembled spaceships. They did not attack as they did not have the strength to fight against space-exploring powerhouses. Although these people had not reached the space-exploring realm, that did not mean that they were cannon fodder. Many of them had extraordinary innate gifts, and they were the future hope of the two families. Thus, when the countless beams of light pressed down on them, two enlighters with power levels over 400,000 stepped forward and easily tore apart the beams, protecting those people. These people were not afraid, and they stayed on the flying objects as they excitedly looked at the outerverse sky. This place would soon be theirs. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the outerverse to win. Two cosmic imprinters had joined forces with 3 other imprinters and more than 10 enlighters, which was not something that the outerverse could resist. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators were much stronger than the outerverse, and with their imprints, bloodlines and martial seals, they could easily crush the outerverse powerhouses of the same level. However, this was only in theory. With Lu Yin in the outerverse, there were many possibilities such as superflash. Tear bombs were not very effective against powerhouses, but they were surprisingly effective on the battlefield. Bright lights would occasionally erupt in outer space and a single superflash would be used. Tear bombs could sometimes change the tide of a battle. Half a month ago, Lu Yin had used his die to upgrade Elder Wu's 4 vials of poison, and when he had given them to Elder Big Drum, he had also upgraded Mini Super Flash. The tear bombs also contained countless pills, and the reason given to outsiders was that they had discovered a powerful sect hidden in a parallel space and had obtained countless natural treasures and pills. This reason barely made sense. Not only did it explain the origin of these pills, but it also explained the origin of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been sold at the Continental Auction House. Throughout the astral battlefield, outerverse cultivators who couldn't defeat their opponents were constantly popping pills. Even though the outerverse cultivators could not defeat the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses at the same level, they could still continuously consume pills. These pills had all been raised by Lu Yin to a level that was close to that of an enlighter, and the effects were so good that it made people's hair stand on end. The difference in power level between the two sides had been forcibly evened out, and this caused the Sixth Mainland's cultivators to cough up blood. These were just ordinary pills that Lu Yin had upgraded to the level of an enlighter. Each pill consumed more than 10,000 star essence, and the money he had earned from selling the poison and the remaining 3 million star essence he had on him had almost been used up for this final battle. Increased the number of pills by 400 and more than 200 super flash pills. The tear bombs were a display of his attitude towards this final battle. At that time, Elder Big Drum had been moved when he had received the items that Lu Yin had provided. He had stated that if there was no war, not only would these items be returned, but the Hall of Honor would also reward him with 1,000,000 star essence. If there was a war and they survived, the Hall of Honor would not only reward him with a large number of star essence, but they would also reward him with a large number of battle contributions. Lu Yin had not only expressed his determination to defend the outerverse to the death, but he had also made Elder Big Drum realize that war would truly come. Thus he had not hesitated to distribute the pills and super flash pills. The tear bombs and poisons were distributed, which was the most important reason why the outerverse had been so prepared for this battle. It could be said that without Lu Yin's attitude, the outerverse would not have been so prepared. Although there were only 400 pills, there were less than 100 outerverse experts who were qualified to distribute them. These people were all hunters at the very least, so a few pills were enough for each of them. For example, Aiden had carried a giant thunder shield and forcefully withstood an enlighter's attacks. He had been beaten to the point where he spat out blood, but he had quickly recovered and continued to endure. This made the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses sullen. Another example was Kai Jianxiang, who was attacking without regard for his own life. His opponent was also an enlighter. Even further away was Gong Ling, who was directly facing an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Night Queen Chuyu swallowed a pill and then charged towards the Sixth Mainland. Topmist hid himself and secretly assassinated the 6th mainland's powerhouses. The enlighters from Ironblood we've had all been pulled over. This was the most well-prepared the entire Outerverse had ever been. The 6th mainland's crushing defeat that they had expected did not happen at all, and they had been beaten senseless. Actually, their preparations had been quite adequate, as they had already known that the Bloodburn Realm's invasion of the Outerverse had failed. They had thought that the cosmic imprinters would be able to destroy the majority of the Outerverse forces, but who would have thought that Mr. E would be the one to ruin their plans? 2 cosmic imprinters had only managed to kill one Mr. E, and that Mr. E was even from the Tong family. Although the Outerverse had managed to hold on for the time being, the battle between the imprinters had fallen into a crisis. After all, Wan Qianqing was only a battle fort and he was not a true emissary. His attacks could be easily dodged, and even with Moonlight Mavis he could not stop a single imprinter. Elder, he only had a power level of 510,000, and he was considered the weakest emissary. He could not stop the Tong family's sly granny at all. Only Astral Nine's Dean was able to stop an imprinter from the Eyeless clan, but it was impossible for him to win in a short amount of time. After another imprinter from the Eyeless clan repelled Moonlight Mavis, the balance of the battle tilted in the 6th mainland's favor. Even if the rest of the Outerverse joined forces, they could not stop a single imprinter. This was not the suppression of the Innerverse astronomical phenomenon, but rather a true imprinter. His might was unparalleled, and as he attacked, Wan Qianqing began to crack. The unlucky Hu Finya's and Elder Nuwas disciple, Ok, were instantly killed without any chance of escaping. After the imprinter attacked a second time, Astral Nine's mentor coughed up blood, and his body collapsed as he died. Soon after, the imprinter attacked a third time. Moonlight Mavis's face went pale and she swallowed a pill. However, the pill's power was only close to that of an enlighter, so it was not of much help to her. Within Wan Qianqing, Xiong Shanhai's body trembled. Beside him, Xiongxia's face went pale as she watched the imprinter attack. An arrow tore through the void and shot towards the imprinter. The imprinter was shocked and he pointed out with a finger. The arrow froze in the void, but a trace of blood appeared on his fingertip. He had been injured. In the distance, Gong Ling panted heavily with a look of despair on his face. He had shot out an inheritance arrow, but he was just an enlighter. Even if he had shot out an inheritance arrow, its power would not have been enough to injure the imprinter. The Eyeless tribe's imprinter reached out to grab the arrow, but it suddenly disappeared. The Eyeless tribe's imprinter abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. There Lu Yin was holding onto an arrow and withstanding a palm strike from the enlighter he was fighting. The imprinter smiled. A mere cruiser actually has a secret technique. Little brat, come with me. He then took a step forward and even the heavens could not withstand his strength. He instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes turned sinister as he looked behind the imprinter. Elder, he was in a sorry state as he coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Granny Sly smiled cruelly, and when she saw Lu Yin she rushed over as well. Little brat, so you're here. Although Lu Yin had disguised himself in the Innerverse, it was not difficult for a powerhouse like Granny Sly to recognize him. Lu Yin tossed the arrow at her. Old witch, this is for you. The eyeless imprinter frowned and raised his hand to catch the arrow. Behind him, Granny Sly's gaze turned cold, and she was about to speak when Lu Yin suddenly smiled. Goodbye. He then took out a walnut and aimed it at Granny Sly and the imprinter before firing it. This walnut power vessel had been created by Master Yuan, and it contained an attack with a power level of 700,000. As long as it was fired straight ahead, it would not affect the user. After the border war, Master Yuan had given it to Lu Yin as compensation for the blood-colored bell that he had damaged. Even for someone like him, it was not easy to create such a power vessel. At this moment, the power vessel exploded. Although the power level of 700,000 was not as powerful as the explosion of pyrolite, it had been created by Master Yuan, and the power it contained was not something that could be compared to. The universe was split in two, or at least the starry sky that was visible to the naked eye. Nothing was left in front of the walnut xenogenic treasure. All that was left was a spatial crack in the void. The two imprinters had also disappeared and their rune lines had completely vanished. Their power levels did not exceed 600,000 at most, so it would be a miracle for them to survive Master Yuan's attack with a power level of 700,000. With Master Yuan's strength, it was unlikely that the two imprinters would survive a direct attack with a power level of 500,000. This was the strength of a cosmic imprinter, let alone one with a power level of 700,000. The battlefield fell silent as everyone stared at Lu Yin in shock. He had killed two imprinters with a single attack. Countless people's hearts sank, not just the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, but also those from the Outerverse. They only had one thought: Lu Yin had evolved. When Lu Yin had been a Limiter, he had relied on external items to kill Enlighters, earning him the title of Enlighter Killer. Now that he had evolved, he could rely on external items to kill imprinters with the strength of a cruiser. He was becoming more and more abnormal. No one could understand Lu Yin's heartache. That was a power vessel that Master Yuan had given to him as compensation for the blood-colored bell, and it contained a power level of 700,000. With this power vessel he could go anywhere he wanted, and he could easily take it out to intimidate black-masked assassins with foresight. Now it was gone. He couldn't help but look behind him. The Hall of Honor had to record this achievement, and if possible he wanted to obtain another one. The arrow had disappeared. It might have disappeared along with the spatial crack, or it might have been turned to dust by the 700,000 power level attack. The Hall of Taiyemo had inherited 3 arrows. One had been taken by Yanqing during the border war, and its whereabouts were unknown. Now only one was left, and it was in Lu Yin's possession. In the distance Gong Ling sighed. He knew that he would not be able to retrieve the arrow the moment he had shot it out, but he still had to do what he had to do. No one had expected Lu Yin to kill 2 imprinters and change the situation of the battle. Not only was Astral Nine's Dean not at a disadvantage against the other imprinter of the Eyeless tribe, but he was actually slightly stronger. This battle could be won. Baidu searching 81 Chinese Networko. No advertisement. Chapter 954. With Lu Yin's attack, countless people in the Outerverse were excited. Even the Central Weave's allied army and the Western Weave's experts, who viewed Lu Yin as an enemy, were indescribably excited as they fought against the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The confidence of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had crumbled after that attack. Xiao Bai looked at Lu Yin. This person was just a cruiser, but he had such an external item. His identity was definitely not simple. At this moment the most sullen and fortunate person was the Eyeless clan's Enlighter with a power level of 300,000, who had been tangling with Lu Yin all this time. He was very glad that he hadn't forced Lu Yin to a certain extent, or else he would have been finished by that attack. At this point he didn't want to fight Lu Yin anymore. Who knew what other external items this guy still had? Lu Yin turned to look at the Enlighter with a meaningful gaze. The Eyeless clan expert was terrified and he turned to leave. "Seventh bro, you're scaring him." The monkey laughed. Lu Yin exhaled and looked up into space. The most important battlefield was not here, but rather the battle between Master Yuan and the 2 cosmic imprinters. If they lost, then neither of them would be able to survive. Lu Yin hoped that the item that he had given Master Yuan would be of use. Otherwise he touched his cosmic ring, he would have to ask Mr. Mu for help. Mr. Mu was definitely stronger than the 2 cosmic imprinters. Dizhu had personally experienced Mr. Mu's strength before. When Mr. Mu had moved the border, Dizhu hadn't even had time to react. It was impossible for the Tong family's ancestor and the Eyeless clan's ancestor to not know about it. Even so, they still dared to attack the Outerverse. Did they have the confidence to contend against Mr. Mu? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and he hoped that he was overthinking things. On the other side, Wendy Yushan was in danger. Dozens of Outerverse cultivators, including her, had been attacked by Elder Yuan of the Tong family. In the end, she was the only one who had survived using the Yu secret art. Everyone else had died, including the 2 hunters. Elder Yuan looked at Wendy Yushan in astonishment, as this secret technique seemed familiar to him. "Little girl, what secret technique is that?" Wendy Yushan hurriedly ate a pill and stared at Elder Yuan warily. Elder Yuan laughed. "All your resistance is useless in front of me." He then reached out to grab Wendy Yushan. It was just a basic attack, but with a power level of 400,000, it was like heaven to Wendy Yushan. Her Yu secret art wasn't able to divert this attack. It was as if the surrounding space had been frozen and she couldn't move at all. At this moment, A blue spear pierced through the void and pierced toward Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan flicked his finger and shifted the direction of the spear. He looked to the other side and saw a young man who resembled the Sea King standing in the starry sky, staring at him. This person was the Sea King's eldest son, Hai Feng, an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Hai Dashao walked out from behind Hai Feng and came to Wendy Yushan's side. He asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Wendy Yushan frowned and looked past Hai Dashao to look at Hai Feng. "He's my big brother and he's very strong. Even if he faces that old fellow, he won't lose." Hai Dashao had blind confidence in Hai Feng. Wendy Yushan coldly said, "Let's go." She did not want to distract Hai Feng. Elder Yuan snorted coldly. "Trying to run?" His figure dissipated as he tore through the void and appeared in front of Wendy Yushan. At that moment Hai Feng disappeared as well. When he reappeared, he was already at Elder Yuan's side, his spear descending. Elder Yuan was furious. "You're courting death." He grabbed the spear and his star energy transformed into a ring that wrapped around Hai Feng's body. At the same time he reached out to grab Wendy Yushan. He also had a ring. Hai Dashao's weapon was also a spear, and he had subconsciously tried to block the attack as he was facing an enlighter. Hai Dashao could already foresee his tragic end, but in the next moment, the spear pierced through Elder Yuan's palm and continued down his arm into his shoulder. Blood dripped down the tip of the spear. Hai Feng's pupils shrank, but then he became ecstatic. Father wasn't dead. Hai Dashao had also realized that the weapon in his hand was the Sea King's trident, which contained the Sea King's power. Now that the astral river had been torn apart, he had received the Sea King's power and injured Elder Yuan. Father wasn't dead. Elder Yuan's right arm had been pierced through by the Sea King's trident, but he endured the pain and used all of his strength to snatch the Sea King's trident away from Hai Dashao. His star energy transformed into a ring of wind blades that shot towards Hai Dashao. Wendy Yushan subconsciously used the secret art, but she was unable to redirect the attack. The Sea King's shield appeared around Hai Dashao's body and blocked the ring's attack. However, the Sea King's power that had been left behind in the shield was too weak, and the shield shattered under the attack. However, this split second gave Hai Feng enough time to break free from the ring and thrust his spear at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan put away the Sea King's trident and released his star energy, which transformed into a giant ring that bound Hai Feng from below. Hai Feng had the strength to face Elder Yuan head-on, so he wouldn't be defeated so easily. However, Elder Yuan was using star energy that surpassed his power level by 100,000 to forcefully bind him, and Hai Feng could do nothing about it. "Brat, you're courting death." Elder Yuan's right arm dripped with blood as he raised his left hand and shot the ring at Hai Dashao once more. Hai Dashao's expression changed as he had nothing left to block the attack. Fortunately, Elder Tong appeared at that moment and blocked Elder Yuan. Wendy Yushan turned around to look for Lu Yin. At that moment, the space above everyone's heads cracked open, and a figure fell out in a sorry state. The trajectory of his fall tore through the void, as if even the heavens could not withstand his weight. Everyone stared blankly at the figure, and they saw that it was the Tong family's ancestor. Lu Yin was excited, he had succeeded. However, a moment later another person fell out of the void. It was Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan's face was pale and he was panting heavily. The blood at the corner of his mouth was exceptionally glaring. The battle at the pinnacle had already been decided. Lu Yin stared at Elder Yuan's right hand, where the item that he had given to Elder Yuan was Progenitor Wushang's hide. Back then, Lu Yin had relied on Progenitor Wushang's hide to kill an enlighter with his spear. Progenitor Wushang's hide was not only useful to enlighters, but also to anyone who had not reached the progenitor realm. This was because it was Progenitor Wushang's hide, and Progenitor Wushang was a progenitor. Since Lu Yin knew that the Sixth Mainland would send out 2 cosmic imprinters, how could he believe that Elder Yuan alone could stop them? He naturally had to think of other methods, and Progenitor Wushang's hide was one such method. Aside from that, Lu Yin could not think of anything else that he had that could affect a cosmic imprinters. Elder Yuan's clothes were stained with blood, but it was unclear whether it was his own, the Tong family's ancestor, or Elder Ilis' blood. The heavens were torn open again and Elder Ilis walked out. The Sixth Mainland's people had thought that since he had forced Elder Yuan to retreat, he would definitely win. However, Elder Ilis' appearance caused their hearts to sink as he had also been injured. At this moment, the Tong family's ancestor finally managed to stabilize himself. He stood in outer space and stared at progenitor Wuxiang's hide. "Where did you get so many progenitor items?" Lu Yin was astonished. It was only then that he noticed Elder Ilis' hand. There was a broken gray bone, and in Elder Yuan's other hand, there was an irregularly shaped stone. Could they both be progenitor items? The irregularly shaped stone in Elder Yuan's hand suddenly cracked and then turned to dust. Similarly, the gray bone in Elder Ilis' hand also cracked and finally dissipated. The situation was similar to the previous battle at the border. In a clash of power vessels, the first things that could not withstand the attacks were the power vessels. However, from the looks of it, both sides might have used progenitor items this time. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Yin's progenitor Wuxiang's hide was the most powerful. Even my Sixth Mainland does not have many progenitor items and they are all kept in the Daoist sect. However, the Fifth Mainland should have more because this place is the graveyard of the Five Mainlands, and far too many progenitors have been born here. Aside from progenitor Qin, who history does not dare to record, and the symbol progenitor who is unwilling to acknowledge, there is also progenitor Hui who created technology, progenitor Wuxiang who created the astral beast origin, and even the more ancient progenitor Su, the netherworld progenitor, and so on. If I'm not wrong, the item in your hand should be progenitor Wuxiang's hide, Elder Ilis said in a low voice, revealing an ancient secret that many had never heard of before. Countless people were confused as they could not understand what he was saying. Only a few understood. Generally speaking, those who had not reached the space-exploring realm had not even heard of the progenitor realm, and they were not even aware of the existence of progenitors. Lu Yin was astonished. Progenitor Hui, progenitor Su, and the netherworld progenitor were all names that he had never heard of before. Could the technocracy be progenitor Hui's inheritance? Then the astral beast domain was progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance. Progenitor Su family? The Seven Courts. Could it be that the Su family was progenitor Su's inheritance? That was right, as secret techniques could only be created by progenitors. The Su family had the Su secret technique, so it was normal for them to be a family with a progenitor's inheritance. If the Seven Courts also had secret techniques, then didn't that mean that they were also a family with a progenitor's inheritance? Could the netherworld progenitor be the Yu family? Lu Yin had a deep impression of the Yu family's secret techniques. Master Yuan gripped progenitor Wuxiang's hide tightly. "With me here today, you will not be able to enter the outerverse." Ancestor Wu Mu did not respond. The Tong family's patriarch stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Even if you have progenitor Wuxiang's item, you still won't be able to stop the two of us." Master Yuan stared at the Tong family's patriarch. "But I can definitely drag one of you down with me. Which one of you wants to die with me?" The Tong family's patriarch raised an eyebrow, and there was a look of apprehension in his eyes. Progenitor Wuxiang's hide was too difficult to deal with, and the Tong family's patriarch could lose consciousness at any time. Although it would only be a momentary lapse of consciousness, in a battle between powerhouses of their level, that momentary lapse of consciousness could be fatal. Ancestor Wu Mu did not have eyes, but he was still restricted by progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Master Yuan was not Lu Yin, and he could only rely on others to stun his opponents. He naturally had ways to use progenitor Wuxiang's hide in his hands. This was troublesome. The Tong family's patriarch and ancestor Wu Mu were both apprehensive, and Master Yuan was even more so. Progenitor Wuxiang's hide alone was not enough to deal with the two of them, and it would depend on luck to drag one of them down with him. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and sent a message to Master Yuan. Master Yuan was delighted. "It's useful. Leave it to me." Lu Yin took out the small arrow that Peach had given him and activated the Yu secret art with a wave of his hand. The arrow suddenly appeared in Master Yuan's left hand, which had originally been holding an irregular stone. Now he was holding an arrow. "My apologies, but I've decided to keep the two of you here because I suddenly obtained a progenitor's item," Master Yuan said slowly, his tone becoming sinister and pleased. Wonderful book house. Chapter 955. On the other side, the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor eyeless were speechless. How could a progenitor's item be so easily obtained? Where had it come from? The Temple of Tama's inherited arrow had come from the Sixth Mainland's arrow progenitor. Although it wasn't a complete progenitor's item, it had still been used by the arrow progenitor. If Ancestor Arrow Mountain had not used it, and Master Yuan had not been willing to reveal his strength against a world imprinter, that arrow would not have been so weak. Back then, in order to hide his strength, Master Yuan could only watch as the arrow was snatched away by the Sixth Mainland. Now another arrow had fallen into his hands and he could use it again. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. If he had thought of this earlier, he would have definitely given Gong Ling's arrow to Master Yuan. That way Gong Ling would not have wasted it. They could not display the power of a progenitor's item. Gong Ling, an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000, had been able to injure an imprinter with an arrow. In Master Yuan's hands, the arrow would only display greater power. In the blink of an eye, the 3 cosmic imprinters disappeared. "Kill!" someone shouted, startling quite a few people. After that, the battle continued. Countless beams of light from the warships streaked across space and shot towards the edge of the astral river. Explorers, cruisers, hunters and enlighters were all fighting. People were dying at every moment. Lu Yin targeted an enlighter and killed him with a flying owl arrow. Aegis Child Assassin had almost killed an enlighter from the Sixth Mainland, but he had been ambushed by another enlighter and died with his heart crushed. Moore was dead and Lu Yin had seen him beheaded by a youth from the Sixth Mainland. As a West San Dios counselor and ranked 12th on the top 100 rankings, Moore had also died tragically against a young genius from the Eyeless clan. "Stop! Stop!" A mournful cry rang out. In the distance, Granny Chan had been killed by an expert from the Tong family. An expert was dying every minute. Lu Yin's domain was constantly released, and when he saw Granny Chan's death, it was like a candle being extinguished. Their grudges had been cancelled out. On the battlefield, many people had not come willingly, but had been forcibly conscripted. For example, it was impossible for the assassins from Aegis to sacrifice their lives for the Outerverse, and Granny Chan was even more so. They had looked down on the Outerverse, so how could they sacrifice their lives for it? But regardless of whether they were willing or not, their names would be engraved on the battlefield for the Outerverse. In the distance, the wooden statues trapped an expert from the Eyeless race. However, not long after, the wooden statues all collapsed. Mooney Shang could only watch as the expert from the Eyeless race descended. Coincidentally, at this moment, a ferocious overlaying stacks swept past and sent the expert from the Eyeless race flying. It was Lan Si. He had saved Mooney Shang once again. Mooney Shang's eyes were watering. No matter how desperate the battle was, the final outcome would still be decided by the 3 cosmic imprinter. With a bang, one of Lu Yin's external objects completely shattered. He had upgraded it while he was upgrading everlasting poison. After all, it was a power vessel and it had a limit to what it could withstand. Now it had completely shattered. Lu Yin sighed. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a sky full of rune lines charge towards the rear. It was an enlighter from the Eyeless clan with a power level of over 400,000. Instead of dealing with the Outerverse enlighters, he had decided to destroy the battleships behind them. Besides the warship, there were also many cultivators who had yet to become explorers, such as Wei Rong and the others, who were all aboard the warship. The Outerverse had fewer enlighters than the Sixth Mainland to begin with, but when faced with such a powerhouse's attack, none of the enlighters were able to step out and defend themselves. Lu Yin grew anxious and chased after the attacker. Behind them, the warships were lined up in a row and laid out in space. When the Eyeless race expert approached, all of the ship's systems malfunctioned. The Eyeless ancestor behind the Eyeless race expert waved his hand, and his star energy transformed into a giant slash that swept out. This attack was enough to destroy all of the warships, including the transport ships behind them. Even outer space could not withstand such an attack. Protecting the warships were Yi Crafty, Topmist, and Lu Chuyu. Against the giant slash, Yi Crafty and Topmist were helpless. They were just enlighters whose power levels had just surpassed 200,000, and they were also adept at sneak attacks. Only Lu Chuyu stepped forward with a solemn expression. As the previous head of the Sword Sect's Lu family, He had voluntarily stepped down with a power level of 290,000. He could be considered the weakest of the previous heads of the Lu family, but he had never wanted to become the head of the family. He would rather oversee Ironblood Weave's season's fort and guard the borders for the humans. Faced with a slash with a power level of 300,000, Lu Qiyu took a deep breath and slowly raised his sword before slashing out. He had not inherited the 13 swords, but this slash was not any weaker than the first 3 swords. He was just like Lu Xiaoyan. Even if he could not inherit the 13 swords, he still wanted to create a sword intent that could rival the 13 swords. This slash was the result of countless years of tempering in Ironblood Weave, and it had reached great success. This slash seemed to carry the will of iron and blood, and it was completely different from the other sword intents of the sword sect. This was a sword intent that had been tempered on the battlefield. This slash had severed the eyeless race expert's attack. The eyeless race expert was shocked as he could sense that this person was not as strong as he was. However, that slash had been enough to shock him. In the distance, Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost been too late, but at the same time he was shocked by Lu Chuyu's slash. The might of that slash had completely surpassed the rune lines with a power level of 300,000. It felt like the 13 swords, but it was different from the mysterious and ethereal sword intent of the 13 swords. This slash was even more murderous. However, no matter how much shock Lu Chuyu's slash caused, the eyeless race expert's next attack descended. This attack was not something that Lu Qiyu could block, as the expert's vision was very accurate. Lu Qiyu's slash had allowed the eyeless race expert to clearly see the limits of what Lu Qiyu could endure. This attack had completely surpassed that limit. Lu Qiyu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Regardless of whether or not he could block this attack, he would meet it head-on even if he had to die. He had long since anticipated this day. After all, how many people could survive while guarding the borders? He slowly raised his sword and slashed down. Sword Qi soared into the heavens as it clashed with the eyeless race expert's attack. The enormous slash crushed the sword Qi and shattered the heavens as it headed towards Lu Qiyu and the many battleships. Within the spacecraft, everyone despaired. At that moment, Lu Yin charged out and raised both hands. His 8-line battle force imprint pushed out and his 100 stacks exploded. He was not wearing the new universal armor, but rather the broken universal armor from before. Although it was broken, it could still withstand an attack with a power level of over 400,000. However, the price to pay was that the opponent's attack could easily enter his body through the cracks. There was a cracking sound as the cracks on the universal armor widened. Within the cracks, the reflection bead that had absorbed the attack also cracked open. The slash entered the universal armor through the cracks and sliced open Lu Yin's abdomen. Blood dripped down the armor and dyed his waist red. Lu Qiyu's eyes went wide and he charged out and slashed out once more to block the attack. At the same time, Karma and Topmist also charged out. They attacked from afar and counteracted the power of the slash. Countless people watched as Lu Yin risked his life to block the attack and they were all moved. Everyone in the Outerverse knew that Lu Yin had the ambition to unify the Outerverse. His methods were ruthless and he did things swiftly and decisively, causing countless people to tremble in fear. The reason why so many people in the Central and Western Weaves viewed him as an enemy was mostly because of his ambition. Coupled with the fact that the various great powers were deliberately trying to smear his name, his reputation in the Central and Western Weaves was very bad. But at this moment, Lu Yin was risking his life to protect them, which changed everyone's impression of Lu Yin. Even if it was a battle to the death, not everyone would be able to fight as recklessly as Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not think too much about it. All he thought about was that he could do it. He wanted to protect those people, and many of them were from the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Yu Empire. Among them, there were people that he valued, people who worshipped him, and even his subordinates. Since he had brought them out, he wanted to bring them back. Besides, this attack was not enough to kill him. Lu Yin was certain that this attack would not be able to kill him because the universal armor had blocked most of the attack. However, the attack that had entered through the cracks still left him in a miserable state, and nearly half of his waist had been sliced open. He swallowed the pill in his mouth and exerted his strength once more. Beside him, Lu Qiyu slashed out again, and behind them the two enlighters Yi Gui and Topmist worked together. Finally, the attack was blocked, and if it had been just a little bit later, the shockwaves would have reached the battleships. There was a crack and the universal armor completely split apart, revealing Lu Yin within as well as the shattered rebound bead at his waist. These external items had all been subjected to a power that exceeded their limits. Not too far away, the eyeless race expert was shocked once more, as they had actually blocked the attack once more. These natives had blocked his attack twice in a row, which caused his face to darken. Block it twice. Let's see if I can block it. Third time. He then raised his hand again and viciously slashed down. This was the third attack, and it was an enormous attack that tore through the heavens. It was even more powerful and fierce than the previous two attacks. Everyone in the battleship was in despair. Who could block this attack? Even Lu Yin, who had continuously created miracles, would definitely not be able to block it. Lu Yin was helpless, and just as he was about to fuse with the pearl necklace that Master Yuan had given him to increase his power level by 300,000, a beam of light shot out from the distance and enveloped the eyeless race expert along with the attack. The eyeless race expert hurriedly dodged. His reaction was fast, but he was still a bit too slow. Half of his body was shattered by the beam of light and his attack was also destroyed. Wan Qianxing attacked. Lu Yin destroyed 2 imprinters in a single attack, freeing up Wan Qianxing and Elder He. Half of the eyeless race expert's body was gone, and he staggered as he tried to escape. Lu Yin hurriedly rushed out and put on his new universal armor. He had lost too many things in this battle and he urgently needed to make up for them. There was a fat sheep right in front of him. He urgently needed the cosmic ring of an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Lu Yin chased after the eyeless race expert very quickly. Although the eyeless race expert had lost half of his body, he was still an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Normal enlighters would not dare to chase after him, and only Lu Yin dared to. Lu Yin's gaze was fierce, but this injury was not enough to take his life. This was the eyeless race's advantage, and he hated this person to the core. If not for this person, the second attack would have succeeded, and the eyeless race expert would not have been distracted and suffered such a heavy injury. You're courting death. The eyeless race expert raised a hand and pointed out with a power level of over 200,000. He did not believe that this brat had so many external items that could block an enlighter's attack. After all, he was just a cruiser. Chapter 956. No one knew exactly how many external items Lu Yin had. The eyeless expert's finger had struck Lu Yin, but it had not been able to break through his universal armor. Although this armor was not as strong as the previous one, which could withstand attacks with a power level of 400,000, it could still withstand attacks with a power level of 300,000. The eyeless expert's attack had failed and Lu Yin grinned. "My turn." He then pressed a palm against the eyeless expert's abdomen. His palm was dyed red from the eyeless expert's blood. 100 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and the eyeless expert spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Lu Yin was about to chase after him when the eyeless expert's body suddenly spun at high speed. Following that, white threads wrapped around his body. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched the eyeless expert's rune lines continuously rise. The blast from Wanqing City had caused his rune lines to fall to the same level as Karma and Topmist, but at this moment they were rapidly rising. What was going on? The 6th mainland's Black Blood realm was the Eyeless clan. The entire clan was of the Eyeless bloodline, and this bloodline had a special characteristic. They could break out of their cocoons and be reborn. Those with extremely high innate gifts could break out of their cocoons and increase their cultivation. When they were on the brink of death, they could also break out of their cocoons and recover their power level. This was the Eyeless clan, the only cosmic imprinter clan in the Black Blood realm. Lu Yin watched as the eyeless expert's rune lines rose without limit. Behind him, a beam of sword chi swept past and slashed at the eyeless expert, slicing apart the threads. It was Lu Qiyu. He had also noticed that something was wrong. Countless beams of sword chi streaked across the void and slashed down. Although the Eyeless clan's recovery was miraculous and they could break out of their cocoons and be reborn, they were not invincible. Lu Qiyu's sword chi slashed down without regard for his own life, and after more than 1,000 slashes, the Eyeless expert's momentum was finally stopped. When the threads completely fell off, half of the eyeless expert's body had recovered, but his power level had only recovered to around 300,000. The eyeless expert glared at Lu Chuyu viciously before turning to leave. Right now he only wanted to return to the rear and recover from his injuries. He had no intention of fighting with these people, and with his recovered power, these people would not dare to stop him. However, he had forgotten about Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had been shocked by the eyeless tribe's bloodline, he had not given up. With a power level of 300,000, he was willing to give it a try. As he thought about it, he took out the 5 chains and tapped out with his dream finger. One of the chains melted, and his dream finger's power level increased by 300,000. This finger caused the void to freeze and the starry sky to tremble. At the same time, Master Yuan was also blocking Ancestor Wu Mu's attack while shooting the arrow. Logically speaking, this arrow was within the expectations of the Tong clan's ancestor. Even though it could injure him, it wasn't enough to heavily injure him. Master Yuan thought so as well, but he had no choice and could only do so much. Now, it was up to Progenitor Wuxiang's hide to see if it would work. But at that moment, Lu Yin's finger raised his power level by 300,000, triggering the pair of clear eyes. The owner of the eyes was dissatisfied, and the door in the depths of the Starfall Sea opened a little. Boundless power rushed into the Starfall Sea through the endless void, the Innerverse, and the Astral River to arrive here. The Tong family ancestor, Progenitor Wuxiang, and even Master Yuan froze. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and the unimaginable power made them not dare to move. A boundless force descended, forming a jade-like finger that pointed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and his pupils rapidly shrank. This was the first time that he had seen that jade-like finger other than in his dreams. Boundless rage instantly spread through him and he shouted, "How dare you!" The jade-like finger suddenly pressed down as if it wanted to crush him into a puddle of blood. At that moment, the jade stone that Mr. Mu had given him suddenly flew out and blocked the finger. The jade stone cracked open and the jade-like finger dissipated. Everything seemed like an illusion. The door in the depths of the Starfall Sea was tightly shut, and the pair of clear eyes were also shut. Only the Tong family ancestor held his neck as fresh blood flowed out. Just a moment ago, the jade-like finger's boundless power had descended, and none of them had been able to move. However, that arrow had been shot by Master Yuan, and it had pierced through the Tong family ancestor's neck. The arrow progenitor's power had destroyed more than half of the Tong family ancestor's life force. The Tong family ancestor was still unable to move, but at this moment he had suffered an unimaginable injury. The stronger one was, the more they could sense that mighty power. Only the 3 cosmic imprinters on the battlefield had been able to sense that power. Even the Enlighter from the eyeless race who had been right next to them had not been able to sense it. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Lu Yin would not have been able to sense that mighty power. That power had wanted to obliterate him. Lu Yin's entire body trembled, not because he was afraid, but because he was suppressing his anger. He did not know why he was so angry, but it was as if he could not control himself. Who had that jade-like finger belonged to? And why had it suddenly appeared? If not for Mr. Mu's jade stone, would Lu Yin have died just now? At that moment, thunder rumbled in outer space and the eyeless ancestor appeared. He grabbed the Tong family ancestor and charged towards the Astral River. Retreat. This single word represented the outcome of this battle. The 6th mainland had been defeated. On the battlefield, everyone was still in a daze when Master Yuan appeared and chased after the Astral River with Progenitor Wuxiang's hide in one hand. In his other hand was an arrow, and the arrowhead was dyed red with blood. Lu Yin looked up. Had Master Yuan won? Chase. Destroy everyone from the 6th mainland. Master Yuan barked. Countless people in the Outerverse grew excited. Kill, kill, kill. The experts from the 6th mainland's Tong family and the eyeless clan felt a chill run down their spines. Even their 2 ancestors had been defeated. Who could resist the Outerverse's cosmic imprinter? They did not dare to stay behind and they all fled towards the other side of the Astral River. The warship launched an attack and a beam of light that filled the void descended, indiscriminately attacking the 6th mainland's cultivators as it blasted towards the Astral River. In front of Lu Yin, the eyeless clan expert who had lost half of his body was completely dead. Lu Yin's dream finger, which had increased his power level by 300,000, had killed him. His body then floated into outer space and drifted into the distance. Lu Yin let out a long breath, but he did not have time to think. He grabbed the eyeless clan expert's cosmic ring and used his blood to open it. He then poured the contents into his own cosmic ring with practiced movements. He then followed Master Yuan and charged towards the other side of the astral river. Lu Qiyu and the rest attacked at the same time. Lan Si, Wendy Yushan, the black-masked assassin, and the others all charged towards the astral river. They had thought that this battle would not bode well for them, but they had still won. Master Yuan's strength made them fearless of the sixth mainland. They felt that as long as Master Yuan was here, even if two more top powerhouses from the sixth mainland appeared, they would not be afraid. Even Master Yuan himself was confused. Where had the boundless power that he had felt after shooting that arrow had come from? He could only think of the top powerhouse who had moved the borders of the endless weaves. Perhaps that person was the only one who could do such a thing. That person was the strongest powerhouse in the outerverse, and he might even have reached the level of a half-progenitor. In the blink of an eye, Master Yuan passed by the sixth mainland's cultivators and disappeared from everyone's sight. He had chased after the eyeless clan's ancestor. At this point, Astral Nine's headmaster and the eyeless clan's final imprinter had finished their battle. Astral Nine's headmaster had won, and although the eyeless clan's imprinter had been defeated, he had not suffered any serious injuries. He had blocked the sixth mainland's cultivators from the outerverse's pursuit. Myriad City shot out another beam of light, passing through the crowd and shooting towards the sixth mainland's cultivators. The eyeless clan's imprinter hurriedly tried to block the attack, but he was forced back by Astral Nine's headmaster and Elder He's simultaneous attacks. The beam of light blasted through the torn astral river without any resistance, wiping out countless cultivators from the sixth mainland. Ever since Lu Yin had destroyed two of the sixth mainland's imprinters, the sixth mainland's imprinter had only been able to rely on the Tong family's ancestor and the eyeless clan's imprinter. No matter how many enlighters there were, they could not change the outcome of the battle. However, they had still been defeated, and Master Yuan's victory had been due to a bit of luck. In the end, the two sixth mainland's invading clans were hunted down like stray dogs. Beneath Myriad City, Xianxia's face was pale. Every time Myriad City fired a cannon, it consumed a huge amount of resources. Even with all of Myriad City's reserves, they still could not bear the burden of this battle, and their reserves were almost depleted. Xianxia decided not to fire any more shots, as he could not afford to cripple Myriad City in one battle. In any case, the sixth mainland's invaders had already been defeated. There was no need for Myriad City to act again. Astral Nine's headmaster and elder were more than enough to bury the sixth mainland's cultivators. Following closely behind the two envoys were Yumu Yuehua Mavis and the other enlighters, as well as Lan Si, Lu Yin and the other experts. A huge hole had been torn in the astral river, and as the sixth mainland retreated, the eyeless clan's imprinter dragged out all sorts of strange creatures from the astral river to obstruct them. Although these creatures were large, most of them only had the strength of a cruiser. At most they could obstruct the sixth mainland's line of sight, but they could only do so for a single second. The eyeless clan's imprinter dragged out another astral river creature. Lu Yin used the U-secret art to throw out a super flash. He did not know if this tear bomb would work, but he was just testing it out. In the end, it was still useless. This weapon might be useful against enlighters as it could temporarily blind them, but it was completely useless against imprinters, especially those from the eyeless clan. Many people looked at Lu Yin strangely. He was from the eyeless clan, which meant that he did not have any eyes at all. Why was he using a super flash? A tear bomb? Wasn't that just stupid? Lu Yin felt awkward as he was already used to throwing these things. Soon, the sixth mainland's cultivators had escaped to a place close to the innerverse. The eyeless clan's imprinter was desperately defending the rear of the group, and he forcefully withstood the attacks of Astral Nine's headmaster and Elder He. He had managed to hold on, but the enlighters behind him who had joined forces to block the envoy's attacks had not been able to hold on. They had all died, including Tong family's Elder Yuan and some of the eyeless clan's experts. If both sides continued to fight, then the Sixth Mainland's two great families would definitely not be able to compare to the Outerverse, and they would not even have as many enlighters. When they saw that the Sixth Mainland had suffered heavy losses, the Outerverse cultivators became even more agitated, and their battle cries shook the sky. Luin felt the same way. This was the first time that they had held such an advantage against the Sixth Mainland. If they did not destroy these two great families, then they would be letting down Master Yuan's arrow. Suddenly Luin stopped and looked down in shock. Chapter 957. The astral river was vast and connected the heavens to the earth. It split the universe in two and no one knew how deep it went. At that moment, Luin saw indescribably terrifying rune lines flash past the bottom of the astral river. Those rune lines caused his entire body to turn cold and his scalp went numb. Although he couldn't see them clearly, he was certain that those rune lines were no less shocking than the Tong family's patriarch or eyeless. In other words, a monster comparable to a cosmic imprinter had swum past the bottom of the astral river. No one knew how the astral river had been formed. It had split the universe apart, or rather, it had split the Fifth Mainland to form the Innerverse and Outerverse. The astral river's tributaries had divided the Innerverse into countless flow zones that were all connected. Every year, countless people explored the astral river and every year, countless people died there. The simplest example was fishing on an astral river vessel. Only a cruiser had the qualifications to do so, and that was just the qualifications. Even fishing was so dangerous, which showed just how terrifying the astral river was. No one knew what exactly existed within the astral river, and perhaps only progenitors could see it clearly. At that moment, Luin saw the astral river's terrifying side. Fortunately, that creature with a power level of 1,000,000 didn't stop, and it immediately disappeared. Perhaps in its eyes, these people were just small fries in the water, and it didn't even bother to look at them. It continued to chase after the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators were about to return to the Innerverse. The distance separating the Innerverse and Outerverse from the astral river wasn't very far. Elsewhere in the Innerverse, at the border of the astral river, it should have been very peaceful. But at this moment, spacecraft after spacecraft approached from afar and gradually lined up at the border of the astral river. Even further away, there was a boundless continent that quickly floated over. It was filled with all sorts of resources, minerals, star essence, strange creatures, and all sorts of weapons. There were even buildings and people. These were the resources that the Sixth Mainland had plundered from the Innerverse. Every once in a while, the Sixth Mainland would transport a batch of resources back to the Innerverse and divide them among the three filaments. These resources were enormous and they were all-encompassing. Minerals, star essence, and so on were the most common of them all. These buildings were the repositories of many of the Innerverse powers, and they contained secret information about battle techniques that those powers had collected over countless years. There were also countless Innerverse cultivators who had been imprisoned and sent to the Sixth Mainland. These people were all valuable to the Sixth Mainland. Some had innate gifts, some were powerful and could be used as sparring partners. Some had strange appearances, and there were even some beautiful women who could be used as servants. The Sixth Mainland had gone to great lengths to attack the Innerverse because the Sea King had restored the Fifth Mainland's sky, which had led to the possibility of a progenitor being born in the Fifth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland had to destroy this possibility, so they had to destroy the Fifth Mainland's cultivation civilization and plunder it. Wars are all about benefits, and only benefits can drive wars. These were the benefits that the Sixth Mainland could see for themselves. This mainland's resources were only a drop in the ocean, but even that was an exaggeration. The war in the Innerverse had lasted for more than 5 years, and the Sixth Mainland had transported resources many times. However, they had always been sabotaged by the Innerverse powerhouses, so they rarely returned to the Sixth Mainland peacefully. This time, the War Martial Realm's weaponsmithing family was responsible for escorting the resources. Compared to the Tong family and the Eyeless family, this family was different because they possessed a celestial imprint. They were the strongest family in the War Martial Realm, and there was no other family. There was only one weaponsmithing family in the entire War Martial Realm, and everyone in the War Martial Realm viewed weaponsmithing as an honor. For this reason, the war martial realm even had a division of power that differed from the other realms: the weaponsmiths. The celestial imprinters of the war martial realm were known as weaponsmiths, and the realmlings were known as weaponsmiths. Apart from them, all the other cultivators who had been recognized by the weaponsmithing family were known as world imprinters. They were divided into levels from level 1 to 9, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. This time, the strongest person escorting the resources back to the 6th mainland was a level 9 weaponsmithing family, and below him were level 7, level 4, and so on. The weaponsmithing realmlings were also present. Although the entire continent was not very wide, it was very long, and it followed the Astral River towards the 6th mainland's Mara River. There were not many powerhouses guarding the side of the continent that was close to the Astral River. The reason why they had chosen to travel closer to the Astral River was because they wanted to borrow the Astral River's obstruction to free up more powerhouses to guard the other side. On the other side of the continent, countless hammers floated in the air, which represented the weaponsmithing family. With a level 9 weaponsmithing escorting the resources, as well as many experts from the weaponsmithing family, this trip should have been absolutely safe, especially since the other side was facing the Astral River. However, the Tong family and the Eyeless family had torn apart the Astral River and waged war against the Outerverse. In the end, they had been defeated and had fled to the Innerverse. Not only had they appeared, but Astral Nine's headmaster and elders had also appeared at the same time. When the two sides had chased each other out of the Astral River and started fighting in the Innerverse, the distant transport team had also appeared. Lu Yin looked to the east and blinked when he saw the continent. What was going on? Those from the Tong family were excited, and they hurriedly called for reinforcements from the transport team. On the transport team, the War Martial Realm's realmlings stared into the distance. It's the Tong family and the Eyeless family. Has the Astral River been torn apart? The Innerverse had been suppressed by the astronomical phenomena, so the Tong family and the Eyeless family were no longer worried. They did not have as many experts as the Outerverse, but everyone had suppressed their power levels so they could hold on. Even Ancestor Eyeless and Master Yuan had suppressed their power levels the moment they entered the Innerverse. At this moment it was a competition of numbers. The scales tilted once again, and this time, it was pressing down on the 6th mainland. This was especially so when a group of experts from a weaponsmithing family leapt out from the transport team. Elder He looked at Astral Nine's headmaster helplessly. Let's retreat. They're a weaponsmithing family and they're even stronger than the Tong family and the Eyeless family. As long as we guard the other side of the Astral River, Master Yuan can restore it. Astral Nine's headmaster was unwilling, but he had no choice. Retreat. When the 6th mainland's cultivators saw that the Outerverse cultivators wanted to retreat, how could they possibly agree? They all chased after the Outerverse cultivators in an attempt to stop them. The Eyeless imprinter even risked serious injuries to block the Astral River, as he could not allow the Outerverse cultivators to escape. As long as they could eliminate this group, then even if the Outerverse powerhouse who could rival the Cosmic Imprinter won, he would still have no subordinates to use, and the Outerverse resources could still be plundered. In the distance, a group of experts from a weaponsmithing family rushed out from the transport team. The orders they had received had not been to actually fight the Outerverse cultivators, but rather to scare them away. They could not afford to lose the resources they were transporting, as this was related to how the three filaments would divide the benefits when they attacked the Innerverse. Even the weaponsmithing families did not want any accidents to happen at this juncture. They only wanted to transport the resources back to the 6th mainland before returning to figure out the situation. However, the Realmling Tollwielder wanted to capture one person, and that person was Wendy Yushan. When he had first seen Wendy Yushan in the ruins of the Daoist sect, he had been attracted to her. He had never expected that she would be someone from the 5th mainland, which was even better since he could capture her and bring her back. In the void, Ancestor Eyeless appeared, still holding on to the Tong family's ancestor. At this moment, the Tong family's ancestor's injuries had recovered slightly, but he would not be able to fight for a while. What had injured him had been the arrow progenitor's item, and it had not been an ordinary method. On the other side, Master Yuan appeared with a solemn expression. In the Innerverse, the astronomical phenomenon had been suppressed, and no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to display his full strength. His advantage had been completely wiped out, and the enemy had actually sent a group of experts to reinforce him. He did not know that the weaponsmithing families were just trying to scare them away and he wanted to retreat. On the other side, Ancestor Eyeless could tell what Master Yuan was thinking. He tossed the Tong family's ancestor onto the transport team and then joined his hands together. A formless halo gradually expanded, and in an instant, it enveloped all of the participants at the Astral River's border. Ancestor Eyeless had not used his innate gift all this time, but it was not the right time. Now it was time. Master Yuan's expression changed and he immediately attacked Ancestor Eyeless. However, it was still too late. As the halo moved, everyone was transferred to the transport team, and they were now far away from the Astral River's border. Ancestor Eyeless' innate gift allowed him to instantly transfer everyone and everything within the halo to a place that he could see. Actually, it was not very useful for someone of his level of strength, as a single step would allow him to traverse the universe. The range of his vision was too narrow, but at this moment his innate gift was extremely useful. If the people from the outerverse wanted to escape, they would have to rush out of the transport team. However, there were cultivators from the 6th mainland guarding the resources here, as well as experts from the weaponsmithing families, as well as powerhouses from the Tong family and the Eyeless clan. This was an almost impossible task and they would all be transported to the 6th mainland along with this batch of resources, where they would become prisoners. The land was very small compared to the Astral River, but it could transport the resources snatched from the Innerverse, so it was still quite large. At the very least, when Lu Yin opened his eyes, he saw a boundless expanse of minerals, as well as a very wretched person who was hiding in a mine not too far away. That person had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly appear, and he turned around to look at Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin felt a sense of absurdity. Wasn't that Ling Ke? Ling Ke blinked as if he could not believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard and focused his gaze. He gulped and raised a hand to greet Lu Yin. "How are you?" Lu Yin subconsciously nodded. "I'm all right." "Oh," Ling Ke responded, but he did not say anything else. The atmosphere was a little silent. A second later, the two of them charged towards each other and stared at each other. "Did you betray the Innerverse?" they asked at the same time. "Nonsense, of course not," they both said at the same time. "Don't copy me," they both said at the same time. They then stood a few meters away from each other and stared at each other. Lu Yin's fingers twitched. This guy was actually in the 6th mainland's camp. If this was not a betrayal of the Innerverse, then what was it? Lu Yin did not believe that Ling Ke could hide from the weaponsmithing families with his strength. On the other side, Ling Ke was thinking the same thing. He also did not believe that Lu Yin could hide from the weaponsmithing families. At that moment, the sounds of battle rang out in the distance. The two of them looked over at the same time and saw the Outerverse cultivators fighting against the 6th mainland's transport team. Lu Yin immediately attacked Ling Ke and Ling Ke did the same. His K's mighty slash had already been prepared and he was about to launch a sneak attack. However, it had been 5 years since they had last met and he clearly did not realize the difference between him and Lu Yin. Chapter 958. The K's mighty slash was easily deflected by Lu Yin, and Ling Ke's entire body was under Lu Yin's control. "Speak. Why are you here?" Ling Ke roared. "I was just about to ask you that." At that moment, the figures of Master Yuan and Ancestor Eyeless appeared in the sky. Ling Ke stared blankly. No matter how slow he was, he could sense that something was amiss. It was as if a group of people had suddenly appeared and started fighting. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. "Weren't you in the Outerverse?" Lu Yin held onto Ling Ke tightly. "The Astral River was torn apart and we fought our way in." "Are you guys crazy? A mere Outerverse dares to invade the Innerverse?" Ling Ke cried out. At that moment, a giant hammer smashed into the distance from the sky. Sword Chi soared into the sky and slashed towards the hammer. Ling Ke's expression changed. "Old Iran has been discovered. The plan has been brought forward. We're going to rob the transport team." Lu Yin released Ling Ke and looked into the distance. That sword Chi did not belong to anyone from the Outerverse. Even though its power level had been suppressed to below 200,000, Lu Yin was certain that the attacker was extremely powerful. That sword chi made Lu Yin's heart palpitate, and it even surpassed Lu Chuyu's. Someone else had been hiding here for a long time, just like Ling Quebec Rob? Who else besides you? Lu Yin asked. Ling Ke raised his head. Many people. These resources belong to the Innerverse, so it's impossible for the Sixth Mainland to take them away. At that moment there were battles everywhere on the transport team. Although Ancestor Eyeless' innate gift had brought the Outerverse cultivators to the mainland, they had been separated. The Outerverse cultivators, the Tong family, and the Eyeless clan had all been separated. Separating the Outerverse cultivators was not a good thing, as there were too many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. This was especially true for the transport team. The number of experts present was no less than the number of experts from the Tong family and the Eyeless clan that had attacked the Outerverse. If nothing unexpected happened, the Outerverse cultivators would either die or be captured. However, things were different if Ling Ke and the others who had been lying in ambush on the mainland were added to the mix. Since they had dared to rob the transport convoy, then they naturally had a certain level of confidence. Furthermore, Patriarch Eyeless' innate gift was able to separate the Outerverse cultivators. Some of the Outerverse cultivators had appeared in very unlucky places. For example, one person had appeared right in front of a 9th-level blacksmith from a smithing family and had been smashed into a puddle of blood. However, there were also some who had appeared in the area where the Innerverse cultivators were imprisoned. The most heavily guarded area on the entire transport continent was the area where the Innerverse cultivators were being held. There were a total of 3 4th-stage weapon forgers standing guard, and each of them was comparable to an enlighter with a power level of 400,000. There was also a 7th-stage weapon forger whose power level exceeded 720,000. Even if Master Yuan wanted to break through these people's blockade, it would still take some time. However, someone had been lucky enough to appear behind the blockade and successfully release the Innerverse cultivators who had been imprisoned. A chaotic battle unfolded on the transport continent. The Outerverse cultivators, Ling Ke and the others who had been hiding in preparation for the robbery, as well as the Innerverse cultivators who had been released, numbered about the same as the Sixth Mainland. There were simply too many Innerverse cultivators who had been released. Ever since the Sixth Mainland had invaded the Innerverse, this was the most unlucky shipment they'd ever had. The entire transport continent was thrown into chaos. The person who had organized Ling Ke and the others to rob the transport continent was none other than Starsabil. She was not the Starsabil from the Astral Combat Academy, but rather the Starsabil who had appeared at the Sea King's Dome and had conversed with Lu Yin. Even with Starsabil's calm and insightful personality, she was still at a loss at this moment. She did not understand what was going on, but since they had been exposed they could only fight. The most depressed person was the 9th-stage weapon forger from the smithing family. Originally, this had been a good shipment and at most a few rats had managed to sneak in, which should have been enough to deal with the situation. However, Ancestor Eyeless had forcefully disrupted everything. He had brought in a group of Outerverse experts and even allowed the imprisoned Innerverse cultivators to escape. If not for Ancestor Eyeless, the weapon forger would have thought that this person was a spy from the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin and Ling Ke were discovered, and a group of Sixth Mainland cultivators surrounded them. Lu Yin immediately took action. He had taken off his universal armor when he had entered the Innerverse, but under the suppression of the astronomical phenomenon, it did not matter if he wore it or not. Ling Ke, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. "You bunch of slaves with a fixed cultivation system. You have no future." Lu Yin's expression turned strange. "What are you doing?" Ling Ke solemnly replied, "I'm trying to see if I can scare them to death." Lu Yin was speechless. This guy must be crazy. Lu Yin had never imagined that when he had fused with a Sixth Mainland cultivator's body and killed himself right in front of Ling Ke, it had shocked Ling Ke greatly. After that, Ling Ke had always wanted to say that his enemies would die, as he felt that this was even more cool. Although he had never succeeded, he never grew tired of it. Lu Yin did not care about Ling Ke anymore. This guy had gone crazy. The monkey also felt strange. "Seventh bro, the Innerverse has been suppressed so badly? How can one person be so crazy?" Not too far away from Lu Yin and Ling Ke was a lake with a strange ore at the bottom that could only be stored in water. Within the ore, a beautiful woman opened her eyes and took out a simple zither from her cosmic ring. She then slowly began to play. The zither's melody was melodious, but it was also filled with killing intent. Along with the zither's melody, a domain gradually spread out, as if it was trying to distinguish between friend and foe. The zither's melody traveled past Lu Yin, which stunned him. This domain was very powerful. When the zither's melody came into contact with the sixth mainland cultivators, many of them felt their brains tremble and they all fainted. Ling Ke stopped talking and looked excited. It's Great Elder Crimson Moon. Lu Yin was puzzled. Who? Ling Ke replied, the Great Elder of the Soul Dream tribe. She has a power level of over 400,000 and is close to the level of an emissary. The entire Soul Dream tribe was captured by the sixth mainland, and she was the only one who escaped. The Soul Dream tribe was captured? Lu Yin was shocked. He remembered someone saying that some of the stronger tribes of the Innerverse should have escaped. Ling Ke sighed. The Soul Dream tribe is quite unlucky. Who told them to be so beautiful that they attracted the attention of a forging family? They decided to distribute them as spoils of war. Over the past few years, many of the Soul Dream tribe women have been distributed, and some of them have even been sent back to the sixth mainland as spoils of war. Lu Yin's face sank and he unconsciously clenched his fists. He had some history with the Soul Dream tribe and he and she could be considered friends. On planet Pyrolite he had also made a deal with the Soul Dream tribe and even saved them. He had never thought that this tribe would suffer such a calamity, one that was even worse than the Starfall Sea. Ling Ke's eyes dimmed. Actually, he could have chosen not to attack the transport convoy, but when the sixth mainland had attacked the Spirit Seal flow zone, the Lingling tribe had abandoned the Soul Dream tribe and fled. He felt guilty and so he had decided to attack the transport convoy. Not only did these resources belong to the Innerverse, but he also wanted to save the Soul Dream tribe. Although Ling Ke's appearance was exaggerated and he was unreliable, he had his own principles. Let's go find Great Elder Crimson Moon. She's carrying the Moonlight Zither, which is a rare treasure of the Soul Dream tribe. It's too destructive for a large group of people, and there's definitely someone who wants to deal with her. Lu Yin nodded and the two of them headed towards the lake. They weren't the only ones. All of the Innerverse cultivators who had been preparing to attack the transport convoy rushed towards the lake upon hearing the Zither's music. This was something that they had discussed beforehand. Great Elder Crimson Moon's domain could cover the entire continent, and the Zither's music was too destructive for the sixth mainland. They had to protect her. From a bird's eye view, one could see that countless people had gathered around the lake. There were Innerverse cultivators and there were also cultivators from the sixth mainland. They seemed to be surrounding the lake in a battle to the death. In the sky, a giant hammer smashed towards the bottom of the lake. A true expert from the smithing aristocratic family had arrived, and he was at least a fourth-stage blacksmith. Although his power level had been suppressed, he still revealed a valiant aura that caused many Innerverse cultivators to revere him. A figure charged out from the bottom of the lake and viciously collided with the hammer. There was a thump and a shockwave spread out. The figure spat out a mouthful of blood as he was smashed into the lake. The void tore apart as a hand holding a hammer appeared above the lake. It was an old man with a fourth-stage symbol on his hammer, indicating that he was a fourth-stage blacksmith. Little brat, you're able to block one of my hammers. You have great potential. Come with me to the sixth mainland and I can let you join the smithing aristocratic family. The old man gripped his hammer tightly as he looked down coldly. The figure on the lake looked up. It was a young man who was only a cruiser. His name was Tsong Mu and he was a follower of the 10 Arbiters War King. He was ranked 9th on the top 100 rankings and had surpassed Ling Jia. He was one of the top figures of the Innerverse younger generation. Old man, your hammers aren't that great. Tsong Mu spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. The old man snorted. You're courting death. He then swung his hammer down again. At this moment, the sound of a zither reverberated from the bottom of the lake, and it transformed into visible ripples that swept towards the old man. Great Elder Crimson Moon was the Great Elder of the Soul Dream tribe, and her true power level exceeded 450,000. She was extremely close to being an emissary and she was the Soul Dream tribe's #1 expert. She also carried her tribe's treasure, the Moonlight Zither. When they worked together, she did not fear anyone at the same level as her. However, her opponent was a fourth-stage blacksmith from a smithing aristocratic family. The smithing aristocratic families were different from the other powers of the Sixth Mainland. This was because there were celestial imprinters in the smithing aristocratic families. Every expert from a smithing aristocratic family would forge their own weapons, which were most suitable for them and would allow them to display their full potential. A fourth-stage blacksmith also had a power level of over 400,000, and with his martial imprint and imprint he was able to shatter the rhythmic ripples with a single strike of his hammer. Even though Great Elder Crimson Moon had suppressed her power level to less than 200,000, she was still slightly weaker than the fourth-stage blacksmith, whether it was in terms of destructive power or defensive power. This was the most common situation when comparing the Innerverse to the Sixth Mainland. The old man shattered the rhythmic ripples with a single strike of his hammer and then charged towards the bottom of the lake. Song Mu roared and tried to use his body to block the attack. The old man sneered. What a mere ant. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in the corner of his eyes. The old man frowned and swung his hammer in a different direction. The K's mighty slash shattered through the void, and in the distance, Ling K spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure, which had been charging towards the lakeside, suddenly stopped as if he had been struck by something. The K's mighty slash changed the direction of the hammer so that it did not hit Song Mu. Song Mu took the opportunity to attack the old man, but his attacks did not harm the old man at all. The old man's star energy alone was enough to suppress Song Mu, and the void was even solidified by his star energy. The old man raised a hand and grabbed at Song Mu's neck. At the bottom of the lake, Great Elder Crimson Moon leapt out. Her zither strings vibrated and transformed into a sonic boom that blasted towards the old man. The old man grabbed at Song Mu with one hand and raised his hammer high into the air with the other before smashing it down. He did not care about Great Elder Crimson Moon at all. To an expert from a smithing aristocratic family, such a gentle attack did not even have the ability to slow them down. Chapter 959. Just as his hand was about to grab Song Mu's neck, the void split open and another hand reached out to block Song Mu's attack. The old man's eyes widened and he clenched his fingers together in an attempt to break Song Mu's hand. However, in the next moment he realized that some of his strength had disappeared for no apparent reason. After a series of attacks, both hands were pushed back to reveal Lu Yin's figure. Song Mu was also pushed back by the shockwaves from the collision and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin stared at the old man with a serious expression. In terms of physical strength he was comparable to an enlighter, but he only had a power level of around 200,000. The old man in front of him had a power level of at least 400,000, and his body was exceptionally strong. If not for the Ian evolution scripture weakening the old man's palm, Lu Yin's hand would have been crippled. He had been too careless and had actually met the old man head-on. He had forgotten that he had taken off his universal armor the moment he had entered the Innerverse. However, if he had been in the Outerverse, the armor's defense would not have been able to withstand a single attack from this old man. This old man's strength probably surpassed that of the eyeless race expert who had attacked the spacecraft. The old man looked at his own palm in shock, and then at Lu Yin with a blank expression. In that instant much of the strength in his palm had disappeared. Was this a secret technique? Kid, did you learn a secret technique? The old man stared at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin moved his arm, causing it to crack. He stared at the old man. No. The old man sneered. If it wasn't a secret technique, then how could it have weakened my strength? You're overthinking things. No one weakened your strength, Lu Yin said calmly. The old man's lips curled up. Interesting. In the entire Fifth Mainland, the only young people who can withstand one or two moves from me are the general platform kings. There are only a few who can truly fight against me. Kid, are you from the Outerverse? There's actually someone like you in the Outerverse. Come with me. He then leaped towards Lu Yin and raised his hammer to smash it down. Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. Although he was much stronger than he had been when he had been in the Starfall Sea, it was still difficult for him to fight against this old fogey. Whether it was an enlighter or an imprinter with a power level of over 400,000, Lu Yin could rely on his various methods to survive. However, it would be too difficult for him to win. Up until now, the only enlighter with a power level of over 300,000 that Lu Yin had managed to kill was Elder Song from the Tong family. At that time, Lu Yin had only been able to contend against those at that level. Now that he had broken through to the cruiser realm and had reached the peak of Wunyang, he might be able to fight against an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. However, it was still uncertain whether he could win against such an opponent, especially if his opponent was an expert from a smithing family. When he saw the hammer coming down, Lu Yin immediately dodged. He couldn't take it head-on. The hammer smashed into the void, creating ripples of power that swept out in all directions. The sky and the earth were enveloped by this power, and Songmu was once again sent flying. Great Elder Crimson Moon also stopped playing her zither, and waves appeared on the surface of the lake beneath her feet. In the distance, Ling Kai felt his breathing become sluggish and he almost choked. Lu Yin also felt his chest tighten, and he looked up to see the old man's hand coming down from above. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and activated his 8-lined battle force and Fateson. His eyes turned into runes as he used the Aeon Evolution scripture to directly weaken the old man's strength. He then raised a hand and unleashed 100 stacks. The old man's eyes trembled as he had sensed the moment his strength had been weakened. Sure enough, Lu Yin had been right. There was a loud rumble as the void cracked open, and the cracks spread out in all directions. The old man was forced back 100 meters by Lu Yin's attack. Under the suppression of the astronomical phenomenon, the old man's power level could only be maintained at a level that was infinitely close to 200,000. Lu Yin was the same. But Lu Yin could use the Aeon Evolution scripture to instantly weaken the old man's rune lines, which correspondingly weakened the old man's strength. This caused the old man's power level to drop even further, and it was obvious who was stronger. In particular, the number of rune lines that Lu Yin had weakened was much higher than the last time he had entered the Innerverse, but he did not have much time to think. Just as he had thought, the rune ancestor had caused the astronomical phenomenon to change, causing the Innerverse to become a training ground for the inheritors of the rune technology civilization. Anyone who cultivated the Aeon Evolution scripture to the spiritual realm would have an advantage over others, even if they were facing an imprinter. However, the old man was still a terrifying existence whose power level exceeded 400,000. Even if he had been weakened, it was still impossible for Lu Yin to defeat him. An adult with his bare hands could suppress a child with a blade, and by the same logic, it would be the same even if that adult's arm was chopped off. As expected, kid. You must have cultivated a secret technique. The old man was not injured at all and he raised his hammer and swung it down again. He did not hit Lu Yin this time but rather the void. The void acted as a drum and energy ripples spread out to suppress Lu Yin. At the same time, it also suppressed Elder Crimson Moon, who was trying to use her zither under the moonlight and her domain to affect the entire transportation of the 6th mainland's cultivators. Lu Yin punched out and the day-night fist appeared. Black and white intertwined as spiritual force swept out. However, it only stunned the old man for a moment as the difference between them was too great. Among the younger generation that I've seen, kid, you're second only to a few people, the old man praised. He then raised his hammer high up in the air, causing his star energy to expand without limit. Took the shape of a hammer high up in the sky and then smashed down. This attack was the strongest attack that the old man could unleash under the suppression of astral phenomenon. It encompassed the sky, the lake, and even the surrounding mountain ranges. Quite a few people rushed over, some from the 6th mainland, some from the Innerverse, and some from the Outerverse. They all stared blankly at the giant hammer that covered the sky. This hammer was going to smash them all to death. Even Ling Kai began to pray. Suddenly, the sound of Elder Crimson Moon's zither exploded from the surface of the lake. An unprecedented explosive rhythm filled the void, causing the old man's body to sway as his organs were impacted. He lowered his head and glared at Elder Crimson Moon. Slut, you've been hiding your true strength. Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes and his lips moved a few times. He then directly weakened the rune lines around the old man's heart, causing the old man's expression to change. The next moment an even more intense rhythm filled the air, transforming into an explosive sound that bombarded the old man's heart. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Crimson Moon was on the same level as him, and when she coordinated with Lu Yin's attack, he was finally heavily injured. He had no choice but to give up on the hammer that he had been about to smash down. Lu Yin charged towards the old man and struck out with a palm. Die, old man! He wanted to force the old man to display a power level that exceeded 200,000 and let Lu Yin witness the power of astral phenomenon obliteration one more time. Elder Crimson Moon suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" The old man's lips curled up as blood flowed out, making him look abnormally sinister. "You're courting death." He then bent his right index finger and smashed it towards Lu Yin's palm. Even though he was injured, he had not used any battle techniques up until now. Furthermore, his strength had been weakened several times, which gave him an understanding of Lu Yin's strength. This attack was enough to heavily injure Lu Yin while still being weakened. Anyone who could cultivate to his level was no fool, and they would not be at a disadvantage repeatedly using the same move. However, Lu Yin was no fool either. He still had the secret art. He casually waved his hand and activated the secret art. The old man's attack was forcefully deflected and missed, while Lu Yin's palm struck the old man's chest. The old man's pupils shrank and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body smashed into the ground like a meteor as the power of 100-fold stacks and 100-fold shockwave palm exploded within his body. The old man's body had not been afraid of Lu Yin's attacks, but he had been heavily injured by Elder Crimson Moon's sonic boom. Now he had to endure overlaying stacks while his rune lines had been weakened. This attack had seriously injured him. Lu Yin wanted to follow up with another attack, but at some point snow began to fall from the sky. It was white and beautiful but also deadly. The surface of the lake instantly froze over. The snow grew heavier and heavier, making it difficult to see into the distance. Lu Yin turned to look to his right, where a man was quietly standing there and looking at him with interest. "Are you one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters? Or are you from the Neoverse?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "And who are you?" The man's lips curled up. "Sixth Mainland, White Rainbow Realm, Seraph Lake, Changbai Gongzi." Lu Yin's expression turned serious. This person's rune lines were also nearing the 200,000 threshold, which meant that his true power level surpassed that of an enlighter. However, he was still only a cruiser. Lu Yin could only think of a realmling with such power at such a young age. "Are you a realmling?" Lu Yin asked. The Changbai Gongzi shook his head. "Not yet." Lu Yin understood. Although the Changbai Gongzi had not reached the level of a realmling, he was still the closest to becoming a realmling among the Sixth Mainland's 9 filaments. He even surpassed Autumn Frost Qing and Hong Ying, which meant that he was about the same level as Xiao Bai Silkworm. You can fight against a level 4 blacksmith from a forging family, which means that you're very powerful. You still haven't answered my question. Are you one of the 10 arbiters? Or are you from the Neoverse? The Changbai Gongzi asked. "I'm from the Outerverse," Lu Yin answered indifferently. The Changbai Gongzi was shocked. "The Fifth Mainland's Outerverse? How could there be an expert like you?" At that moment, Elder Crimson Moon's zither rang out once again, and the sound waves transformed into ripples that blasted towards the area where the old man had fallen. The old man coughed up blood, and it was no longer as easy for him to withstand the attacks as it had been before. Great Elder Crimson Moon had been hiding her strength all this time, and she had been preparing to make a move at a critical moment. The Changbai Gongzi's eyes trembled. He had also received a mission to protect resources on this continent. Countless geniuses from the Sixth Mainland's 9 filaments had joined the Innerverse battlefield, and everyone had their own responsibilities. His current mission was to protect the resources, and he was not allowed to cause any damage. As he thought about it, snowflakes danced in the air as the chill dropped even further, freezing the void. Lu Yin leaped down and raised a hand. 8-lined battle force imprint appeared, and an ancient beast roared as the sky beast claw slammed down on the Changbai Gongzi. The Changbai Gongzi was not confident in being able to deal with Lu Yin, as he knew that he was far from being a match for a level 4 blacksmith. Lu Yin had been able to heavily injure a level 4 blacksmith, and although he had teamed up with Great Elder Crimson Moon, he was still not a simple person. The Changbai Gongzi wanted to fight Lu Yin, but he did not plan on fighting him head-on. When he saw Lu Yin charge over, he hurriedly dodged. However, he had underestimated Lu Yin's speed. Lu Yin's physical strength was far from a level 4 blacksmith's, but he was still much stronger than the Changbai Gongzi. Naturally, his speed was also extremely fast and he caught up to the Changbai Gongzi in an instant. Changbai Gongzi was shocked. Snowflakes condensed in front of him, and an absolutely beautiful image appeared behind him. The sun collided with the snowflakes, and the snowflakes contained a freezing aura that was augmented by the sun's imprint. It was enough to freeze a normal enlighter, but it quickly melted when faced with the sun. Lu Yin had absorbed the cauldron qi from a cauldron, and his single yang had been completed. As a result, his power had increased by several times, and he had condensed star energy with a power level of close to 200,000 rune lines. The Changbai Gongzi was unable to withstand this attack, and he was forced to retreat step by step. As the snowflakes melted, the Changbai Gongzi crossed his palms. Skylake Snow Palm. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.